testing his sound. Oh, it actually works. It's the end of the whole way. And it's part of the thing. If I ever get there, because it's gonna be tricky. I'm gonna steal myself a minute, so it's good to go. I'll wait a bit for everybody to arrive. Hi. Hello. If you want to introduce me, sure, go ahead. Oh yeah, perfect. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Hi everyone, hello, hi and welcome. So we are going to start with our first presentation now, and we have, just a second, I really need to get this straight, Jakub Steiner, and he's going to talk about Jack of all trades. The stage is yours.
Thank you.
If you have questions by the end of the presentation, you need to ask them, and I kindly ask you to repeat the question because everyone online only listens to the microphone here.
I have to warn everyone, I don't think we'll get to questions because I got 40 slides in 20 minutes.
I'll let you
go. All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Jakub Steiner. I work for Red Hat, and I've been with GNOME for millennia now, I think. Throughout the years, the best kind of talk that I've given, or the least bad talks that I've given, were like demos, stuff that were hands-on, but they usually require more time. This time, I kind of figured I'm gonna show you a bit of everything condensed in 20 minutes. I got coffee almost done. So I think we're gonna get through. By the way, this is only, I forgot the rest of the talk. I didn't want to put it on the slides because it's kind of weird. Like you would assume that it's been generated by ChatGPT, which is absolutely not the case. So this is going to be a bit of an ADHD presentation. I'm gonna blabber on about all the things that I sort of touch when designing GNOME. I mean, I'm not the only one designing GNOME, but this is my kind of tool set. So I'll kind of briefly touch on everything. Like this is, usually you have a presenter that has spent years meticulously researching a particular field and spending all the time and then presenting you with his or her findings. This is not it. This is like a brief touch of everything. The first field, however, is going to be icon design, which I have to say I have a little bit more experience than just a brief one. So let's start with that. GNOME now is fully leaning on to the symbols, you know, a monochrome stencils rather than meticulously pixel-perfected full color icons that we used to do in the past, which means that a lot of the work is more in conveying the message, you know, focusing on the metaphor rather than the execution of the icon, although you know, there's obviously some craft required to execute these things. There's kind of two kinds of icons that we use. One of them is the symbols, the UI icons, and the other one is app icons, which are more about like brand, you know, a visual ID of visual identity of an app. I want to start with sketching. It's something that I used to skip very often because it's very easy, like especially with the symbols, to just take some elements that were there. But it's super useful. First of all, these are app icon sketches, which I put because they look better than the other stuff. But usually the sketching is more helpful for the symbols because they help you nail the metaphor. Especially like this, as with everything, with practice comes you know, results that are slightly better than when you started. So I like to present these because they look good, but even when you start and your sketches are not very good, they're super useful because they convey the metaphor working. If you show your scribble to somebody and they can figure out what it is, that's when the icon actually works. So it's super useful to be sketching. I, you know, try to force myself to sketch everything that I want to execute, even though the time spent in Inkscape executing them is shorter than the time I spend on the sketch, but it's just definitely worth doing. I have an honor to present a law in my talk. Stephen Garrity, a fellow designer from the Mozilla, or my Mozilla days, had this wonderful statement, a law, that if an element does not have an obvious metaphor, it should not have an icon. This is, of course, like wider than that. You know, there's many contexts where the same sort of like, I come from the world of icon themes where people would want to have a single icon to work in different contexts, and that kind of stuff never works. It's not just that a symbol may not convey the message very well, it's just that it has a different message in different contexts, and you can't really have one icon work in many contexts. So in many cases, when you're designing, not having an icon is actually a solution as well. Another thing I want to plug, because this is an ADHD presentation, so it's all over the place, is our little apps. Like, there's some people who frown upon like having an app for everything. You know, that's what the mobile world has. But I have to say, for example, when designing icons, you need a solid color palette. It doesn't mean that you have to like use only colors that are in the palette, but it's a good starting point to create your gradient shading and stuff like that. Having an app like this, I wasn't like really keen on having that, but now I rely on it all the time because your tool set is different. You have, you know, some stuff you need Blender for, you have some web tools here, Inkscape here, and while you can manage your assets within those tools, you know, import a palette and set it up the way you want, it's just so much easier to just launch an app, pick a color and paste it. Like all of those apps allow you to paste like the hex triplet, and it's super useful. So in the context of icon design, you know, the color palette is like your foundational palette. Like it's not strictly, you can't use any colors out of that palette, but it's very useful. We also, like we have many nice people who are providing us with awesome tools. This is the app icon preview, which has a little weird name, but it's actually like a workflow guidance for designing icons. You start, it creates a template where you have all the sizing, you have all the different like shape contacts, and it shows you your app icon in the context of other app icons, different sizing. It's just a marvelous tool that I just briefly touched on. 6-minute mark. CSS, we use, I mean, this is magical. We have lots of like motion mockups. We use, where I use Blender, and then for all the interactive stuff that needs a bit of prototyping, we use CSS. But also, like recently, we've been doing something radical with CSS and HTML, and that's websites. You know, it's I'm making a joke, but actually, like when you think about it, people have not been using HTML and CSS to do websites. Like there's been a plethora of layers and layers of frameworks and like all sorts of stuff. And CSS is actually gaining a lot of functionality from things like Sass, and it's become like much nicer. Like in the light of Google owning 99% of the space and like pushing for recently like DRM for websites, not very fun future, but in terms of like creating websites, which I'm gonna touch on in our design talk later today. I don't know exactly what time, but so websites, HTML and CSS is actually quite good for websites. We use it in GTK as well, but you know, I'm going to touch on some layout quickly. So Flexbox, one of the first like layout-oriented tool sets to get like one axis of a layout. CSS Grid, something that is a bit like Blender for me, because like every time I come back to it, I have to Google a lot to get anything done with CSS Grid. But it's amazing, like it not only just like having a two-dimensional grid, you know, that's fixed size. It's great for like stacking elements on top of each other rather than using like absolute positioning. It's just really wonderful. We use it for like prototyping as well, because like we can get really effortlessly things that then the Nautilus guys have to wrestle for like really hard. So it's really amazing. I was gonna like get into like some specifics, but I think I'm gonna skip all this. You know, there's a few things in CSS that make me happy these days. It's variables. It's now the upcoming like nesting, which is really that's coming from Sass. It's going to be really useful. And then this thing, which is the named grid areas, which are superb for layouts, because like as you can see, the definition is human legible, and it's especially great for like having adaptive layouts with the breakpoints, you know, like media queries or container queries, where depending on the size of your canvas, you can completely change the layout. That's like described by, it's like ASCII art, you know, this is how it's supposed to look like, and it's really lovely. I really dig it. This is my favorite part of the talk, which has very little to do with GNOME, but I have to push it through. I actually had printed some stickers of the new Circle app icons, but as with everything, my timing was poor, so it's on the way to my place, and so I don't have it. But anyway, well, how does pixel art relate to GNOME? Not very much, I have to say. There's only a few bits where we still have like pixel perfect, you know, bitmap icons, which is like the file dialog, and those are still like pixel icons. But other than that, not much. But there's a couple of projects that GNOME relies on, like, you know, Pipewire, Tracker, Toolbox, and I made like these sort of library or backend components, websites totally embrace the pixel art style, so they have like artwork using pixel art. Briefly gonna touch, like when I talked about color palettes in the icon design part, in here this is like the mantra, like you're limited to this color palette. You're not allowed to use any other colors from here, because otherwise it just looks like a scaled down image, you know, it's not very good. So you lean on things like dithering as like one of the aesthetics that draws me in. It's like the Bayer ordered dithering. Really love that stuff. I don't know if it comes up, it's like the gradient. This is just two colors, and you know, you go really wild. There's many subgenres of pixel art, but usually for things like the icons, you want to stick to like very geometrically even angles, so that like the lines don't have steps that are different sizes. You usually, these days, you embrace the jagginess of it. So there's methods that have been introduced to like limit the badness of low resolution displays that we used to have. And people were like putting in between pixels, between high contrast areas, but in terms of like pixel art these days, it makes things look a little fuzzy, and I don't recommend. Another like area where pixel art is really useful is the fourth dimension, time. And I really like to get some practice, you know, timing. This is like the frame-based classical animation. And usually it's low frame rate, so you go down to like 12 frames, which is like the high end. You can go much lower than that. And the way to do like fast motion in low frame rate pixel art are called snare frames, which are like the equivalent of what film has, which is, you know, long exposure blur. They look really weird. If you look at the still, like they look weird. But then in the context of the actual animation, which I think this is like 6 frames a second, they actually like make it appear that it's going really fast. If you want to have your animation look even smoother, you got a triple buffer. A little inside joke there. Anyway, moving on to type design. Type design, as some of you know, I've been maintaining Cantorel for a bit, and so my suggestion for type design is not to do it. Type design is one of those things where you really have to devote your life to you know, minuscule details. It's just so involved that I only focused on like the rasterization, making sure that the stuff like was hinted properly, and all I did was mess things up. So I want to thank Nicholas Wachsweiler again that he brought Cantrell back from the horrible state and provided us with more weights and made Cantrell what it is today. Moving on, 3D. This is, I don't shy away from not being original. This is something I recreated based on work of Peter Tarka. Just to demonstrate that a lot of people, when they start with 3D, they spend a lot of time trying to model things, which I don't think is something that's worth investing your initial time. There's way more, I would put way more emphasis on lighting and materials or animation than modeling. You can get away by reusing existing assets or just sticking to simple shapes like this. It's like the final product is more about lighting and materials than it is having good topology of your models. You can spend, and it's very low level. Like example in Blender, while it does have like higher level modeling tools like NURBS, it's always coming back to knowing the mesh, which I don't think is a very human, approachable element. And there's like many nuances you need to learn, and like UV unwrapping to get the textures right. It's just like there's lots of tedious things that I don't like. I'm gonna talk about wallpapers a little bit in the design talk. I had one of those talks or hands-on during the Fedora Creatives Freedom Summit. It's on PeerTube, not YouTube. It's on PeerTube. I'm gonna link all of these things at the end, so you can watch if you're interested in the generative 3D art process using Blender. I just want to say that even though things look really crazy scary, there's just one thing that if you just focus on, and that's instantiating objects on points within the geometry nodes world. You get so much out of that. Like most of the wallpaper stuff that you're seeing in 43 and 44 is just leaning on that functionality alone. So it's really lovely. Also, like working with text in Blender was really terrible. So like making an animation and having like a text appear and do all sorts of things. Usually you had to lean on to scripting. With geometry nodes, you have things like switch, so you have different strings and you switch them at certain points. It's much nicer. It's still not like great, but it's nicer. Vector art, the simplest rule of thumb is always, like when you're doing Bezier curves, always stick like to orthogonal lines, makes things look very smooth. There's a beautiful video by Freya Holmer, probably mispronounced her name, Holmer. It's funny and it's really deep into like the two ways that Beziers are hard to control and smooth, or they're easy to control but they're not as smooth. It's beautiful. Inkscape has a thing called Spiro splines, which are sort of it's very smooth and lovely, but not very controllable. But that's what I go for when I really want to not tweak, handles for an hour. I'm really running out of time, so I'm gonna, and I'm a horrible illustrator, but just gonna mention that for the illustration style that we use, there's a really lovely and also horrible tool in Inkscape called Filet Chamfer, which is like a path effect. It's got horrible UI, it's always in the way, but it's also really beautiful where you just sketch out the rough shape and then you round the corners with this thing. Of course, it always is in the way. But it's wonderful, but it's also pretty terrible. This is something I just wanted to like demo. I was on vacation earlier this year and shot some beautiful drone shots. So if you're into videography with drones, the recommendation I'm gonna give you is lock your fingers. So every newbie drone pilot that I see always like keeps on correcting their movements and it's like jerky. No, just like, become a robot. Like, imagine a path, set it up, and don't move your fingers. Then you can climb and get your drone from the tree, but like you get a really smooth, lovely shot. For FPV, start with a radio and a simulator. There's many simulators. They're all Windows-based, but you know, with Steam Deck, made lots of these Windows games work on Linux. So you can actually just attach a radio to your computer and fly. You're gonna save a lot of money. Like I spend a lot of money just crashing drones. Sound. This is a bit controversial because not everybody's into like synthesized sounds. With GNOME 44, we updated our sounds. They were synthesized with, I was gonna do like a little demo. I have like this software synthesis box. It's a really lovely little Game Boy-like thingy, and it has like synth engines inside of it, like the software synths. It's really amazing, but probably don't have time. Many of you have seen and liked the release videos that were done by FreeHive, and some of you have seen the sort of, this is 2 videos, by the way. This is 2 videos, not 1. It's like the TikTok generation, so it's vertical videos. I'm gonna just play it back. Let's see if it... Oh, it's not playing! Great. Yeah. We love the music. You love it, okay. Okay, well, let's see if it works if I do... Does it change? No, I just messed up completely. Yeah. Where's the cursor? Where's the cursor? I see it, I see it. Perfect. Okay, so while the release video is leaning on like stock music, this was composed by yours truly in a little Game Boy, so and all the sound effects, and it's a template that we can reuse next time. So it's like the same sort of beats. We can make modifications. So it's going to be easy to produce more of these. So hopefully for 45, we're going to have more of those. There's also yeah. So you've seen how we redesigned, like I'm stealing Alan's thunder maybe from his talk, but it's just like redesigned the sound panel. And one of the things that is still to be done is that like right now there's like a momentary switch. A lady says front left, which
Front, right.
is probably pretty confusing to people who don't speak English, and also it doesn't give you much time to get under the desk, find the cable, and switch it to the appropriate plug. So the design is expecting like a continuously playing loop for all the channels, and it's like comes up as a music which I would play. This is playing an old version, which is like this minor chord in a piano, and so it's very depressing, and this is not really, but like each of the speaker like has the sort of sound that's typical for what the speaker should be playing and stuff. But this is very dark. I have something much better for that.
Drones are attacking you.
I think I ran out of time, which was completely expected. So for the design stuff, you come see us at the talk in the afternoon. 1:30? Okay, I'll take Cassidy's word on it. So 1:30, we have a talk that you're going to learn about actual design. By the way, I'm not just plugging my blog, which is amazing and you should read it, but I'm going to assemble all the links for the things that I mentioned in there because it's easier than you taking a snapshot of these things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the interesting presentation. Shall I go in time? No, it's fine. Go. Start. For the people, streaming is going on now. Yeah, I think the other volunteers are just letting them know that we are starting, but since the streaming is on, I was thinking to at least start. Yeah. Just because then we go late with the agenda. Yeah. So, okay. Yeah, exactly. So for everyone who is attending online, just give us one more minute and we're going to start with the next presentation by Regina. We had a little hiccup, a small difficulty with our technical. Yeah. Yeah, time delays are a thing when you are doing things live. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yes, we are going to go. Thank you very much everyone who is attending. So we have the next presentation now by Regina. She's a board member for the Gnome Foundation. She's going to talk about a discourse on the minority group in Africa. The stage is yours.
Okay. Thank you for the introduction. Just a moment. So like she says, I'm going to be talking about a minority group called Gnome Africa. And today I'm not going to be talking about this group as a board member, or I'm not going to be putting my board hat on talking about this group. I'm basically going to be talking about it as somebody from the African community and someone that directed the community for over 3 years now. So just a little bit of introduction on who am I, and I'll give this as brief as possible. Currently, I'm part of the board of the Gnome Foundation and was currently voted for again as the vice president of the board. I'm currently a maintainer and the director of the Gnome Africa community. I also am a founder of a non-profit. It's called Open Kids Africa. My day job, I work as a software engineer and currently hosting a podcast called Open Source Stories with Virginia, where I basically share stories about women within the open source ecosystem that are doing tremendous efforts within the open source space. And of course, my hobby includes, traveling and sightseeing. And it's actually good to be here at Riga, actually. I think it's fair to start with why did I get excited about the Gnome projects? What exactly got me interested in Gnome projects that I feel like is something that I want Africans to participate in? I want to see Gnome users and Gnome contributors come from the African region. Where did my excitement come from, basically? So early on in my career, I was a Gnome user. And this is mainly because of where I'd worked. I'd worked as a university lecturer, where I lectured basically on Linux administration. I'd worked as a database administrator. I had also mentored women within open source, within software engineering. So around this period, I had interacted with different variants of Linux, and I had been able to use the GNOME desktop. The difference here is I really didn't know it was open source at the time, and you would come to see why. I just felt like there was a desktop, and I found that it was free within the Linux variant at the time, and it was good. And for this period within the African space, enterprise solutions were very pricey. And if you would lecture for Linux, you have to know how to use free tools. At the same time, if you would work as a database administrator, working within the Linux variant, you have to know how desktop's application works. And basically, this was how my interaction with GNOME came on. So 2019, I stumbled on a particular post. It's called the Sisters Group at Anita Borg, and someone requested for a volunteer for a Linux App Summit. The word Linux App Summit was very interesting to me, mainly like it had Linux, and I really wanted to do something different that year. And I decided to, apply for the volunteer role. In that process, I found that the Linux App Summit was a collaboration between two organizations, and that was the GNOME and the KDA, both of which are desktop application contributors within the Linux space. And I got more interested within the GNOME project, and that's mainly because my first point of contact at the time was the president of the board of directors at GNOME. And I felt like this is something really good. First is I'm finally getting to meet a community of people doing something that I had benefited from for so long. And I felt like it's now my chance to basically give back to the community. The best way I could do that is to see how I could build something within the African space. So I'm going to be talking about what is basically the story behind the Gnome Africa projects, and where does Africa stand when it comes on position in the global map? Because I think that many people really do not understand these trajectories and would basically think that standing here today, I'm an African. African is a very rich continent, and I come from somewhere in Africa, just like any other country. And I also talk about open source in Africa and what are the kind of interests that we have within the GNOME project in Africa at the moment. So starting with story behind Gnome Africa, I started by telling you how I got engaged with GNOME, how I became a user for so long in my early on career. And I spoke about how I met somebody on the board of directors years back and how I joined the Linux App Summit. So in 2020, I decided I was going to create a community within African space of GNOME users. And what was my goal mainly at the time? I basically just wanted to have contributors and users around Africa, and also introduce African universities to the GNOME projects. This was not basically building something different with the structure we have within African universities, and you will see why as I continue on this talk. So where is Nigeria in the global map? And why is this important that Africa is represented within GNOME? If you look at this map, basically by word meters, it says that Nigeria is basically over 280 million, ranked in the world 6th most populous country. So it means that other countries like Ethiopia, Egypt, and Democratic Republic of Congo, we have over 100 million people in Africa. So there's quite a population of people. But does this population really understand what open source is about? And what does this mean for the GNOME project if we decide to do something within African space? So there was a research conducted by the African Open Source Digital Infrastructure in 2022, which is quite recent actually. And it was talking about how open source project has basically increased since 2010. And if you look at the upward growth of this increase, you would see that there had been a steady growth within the open source space for African users and contributors. And I see here that there is a potential for even more growth if utilized properly. And these growths are mainly because of many reasons, one of which is because of mentorship programs like the Outreach program, Google Season of Code, Google Season of Docs, and all of those programs. These are one of the ways that people get to plunge into the open source community. And there are also several project collaborations going on within African space at the moment, with Microsoft, with Google, with Meta, and all large organizations within the tech space. And if you would go to GitHub, basically, to research collections of projects within Africa, you'd be amazed to see that we have Made in Africa projects that are done within Africa and currently being used by organizations at the moment. So this already creates a case that the open source space within the African community is really growing, and there are great talents within the African community. So what did I find? Are there level of interest within people in Africa that wants to really contribute to GNOME and basically want to do stuff within GNOME? I found that since 2020 that I started this community, there's been growing number of interest of people within Africa that want to do something with GNOME. And at the moment we have over 300 community members that are still interested in contributing to GNOME, waiting to see that there's some kind of interest and there's some kind of support from the GNOME project itself. These statistics that I share with you today, I didn't just basically come out of the blues with them. These are practical things that I did and practical research that are ongoing at the moment within open source and within what I found in the GNOME project around the African space. So what are the strategies that I basically worked with and the team? What basically do we do to see that we have this level of interest within Africa at the moment? I'm going to be talking about awareness strategy, how we pulled off the awareness strategy, and how we, leveraged on collaborations with ongoing GNOME initiatives that we have currently in the GNOME project. So one of the awareness strategy we looked at is basically talking to people about the GNOME project. The unique thing with Africa, if you look at this slide, you would see that when open source started gaining interest in Africa in 2010, there was a whole lot of gaps as regards to education and how people perceive open source. And so we started by basically running events that talked more about what open source is and how you can get a very good career contributing to open source. So we didn't just basically appear to people and talk to them about GNOME project, because obviously they don't even know what GNOME project is. And quite frankly, even at the moment, we still have a large gap of people in Africa that don't still understand what GNOME project is about and how they can participate. And I'll be sharing with you some of these challenges as I go on. So we basically utilized things like Twitter Spaces, and we did some little events online, ArcFest and all of that, and currently in the process of having to do an in-person event. So, in everything I've tried to discuss today, I'm sure you're wondering, okay, so where are the Africans? Do Africans really contribute to GNOME? Are they really Africans within the GNOME project? Yes, they are. Not as visible as I would have wanted them to be, but they are actually Africans within the GNOME project. Africans have contributed to the phases of GNOME projects. These are the project that basically is looking to basically shed more spotlight on current contributors and old contributors within the GNOME project. Africans have contributed to scalable onboarding projects that are doing quite well within GitHub, and even current GitHub stars at the moment started from the GNOME project. We've had Africans at contributed to outreach project. There are Africans at Season of Dogs, and there are also African interests wanting to contribute in university outreach programs in different universities. I'm going to stay a little bit on the university outreach program, just more like extend more on this one. So every country within Africa has different universities, just like you have it in other countries as well, in other continents. And there are basically programs that are ongoing within these universities that GNOME projects can basically collaborate with. But the university outreach program is something that we tried to push, but we've not really gotten a very good engagement around this area. And I'll tell you why as I go on with this slide. So we faced several challenges. Being someone that started the community and working with tremendous people within the Gnome African space, there have been several challenges, and these challenges is not just within the Gnome Africa alone. It's basically challenges within open source in Africa in general. So I'm going to try to take you down what are the challenges we have in open source in Africa, and then talk about what challenges do we have in Gnome Africa and challenges we have in the Gnome project as a whole, as a global, just to give you context into where these challenges are coming from, and you have a bigger, broader picture of the challenges that we're having at the moment. So in the global open source community, we have problems of infrastructure. There's problem within internet access, there's problem with representation. And this is mainly because there's less people. As you could see, if you look around this conference, you would tell for yourself that I'm actually the only African here. It's not an interesting thing for me. It's actually a sad thing for me. And I'm not really excited being the only African person here. But I think that representation is the only way that most people can get to participate in open source projects. And representation for Africa is still sad for me that I still go to conferences. And I find that we have 1, 2, 3 Africans in those open source projects. And it's more like representation of what we are extending within the tech community, where you have so many white people and then you have a black person in the middle to portray diversity. This has not gone well for the tech community, and that's basically why till today we still have a problem of diversity in the tech community. I would hope that the open source would create a better diverse environment. This is mainly because we have characteristics of open source that should bring people together rather than tear them apart. We are working with code collaboration, and there's no reason why we should have less people represented in conferences. Also, there are issues with time constraints. People are thinking of why would I give my time to open source? Like I said, if you look at the map, the statistics I showed you, there's still a lot of gaps. Over 2 million people in Africa, they don't really understand what open source is. Why should I give my time to something as open source? What do I have to gain from it? And as you could imagine, if you would come to conferences like this and find just one black person, it's already draining. And nobody wants to be where they're not really represented well. That's the bitter truth. And there are issues of funding. You see, to do representation or to bring open source to the global space in Africa, there needs to be so many collaborations between different organizations, which is currently going on. And like I've discussed, the issue of diversity is a very big problem. So what are the problems we have within the Gnome Africa community? These are internal problems that I've found that we have. I think this is all a problem with demographic differences. Why it seems as though contributing to open source in Europe seems like a free thing to do. Africans requires level of motivation, and that's basically not because it's not far-fetched. We have a whole lot of things to fix in Africa, and nobody wants to really entirely give their time freely to open source. People want to be motivated to do these things. And this drives down to the motivations of how people basically see open source within the African space. And there are issues of project availability. Going down the line of researches done by GitHub that says that most contributors from different parts of the world basically do not show their location while contributing, mainly because they fear that their PR is not going to be accepted. This is the case for also African as well, that even if we know that there are really good people within Africa developing solutions in open source, they really, really fear that their PR might not be accepted, and they don't really come out to basically give their locations when they make these contributions. And of course, if you would agree with me, you will likely want to accept PRs from somebody you met in a conference, someone you've met, than someone you do not know at all. This has been more like a circle within the open source project that's affecting the internal Gnome Africa community at the moment. So to get people, for instance, to contribute to the Gnome project, personally, I have to reach out to maintainers, and I have to let them see that we really have people that want to contribute. And that's draining. And there are always issues of awareness. I find myself every time talking to people about what GNOME is and how it is. I'm able to talk about this thing, like I said, because of how I started and how I've been able to understand what the GNOME project stands for and the benefit it will not just bring for the Europeans, the US, but also this could benefit African universities, benefits people to build a very tangible career within the open source space. And then let's talk about the problem we have within the GNOME projects, which I think this is my personal opinion anyway. One of the problems we have is funding. The GNOME project, as you're aware, I'm on the board. I've been on the board this is the second time I've been on the board. I was voted for. I didn't have to lobby for the position or try to find anybody to vote for me. The fact that the community voted me to be on the board means that the community really wants to drive diversity. But there's a little that we can do when we don't have enough funding. So it's important that we get more funding within the GNOME project so that things about diversity initiatives, going into other communities that are not within the European states or even the US, could be even more viable and more sustainable. Another thing is policies. There are issues of policies. One of the instances I can give is with the university outreach. We still have to deal with how to support university students to be able to basically give their time to open source, to the GNOME project, and participate as well. And there are issues with I call this proper documentation, mainly because I don't want to use the word improper documentation, because I feel like that would be me saying negative, and I'm a positive person, so I said proper documentation. So the documentation within GNOME has not really been one of the best documentations. I understand Wiki, I'm good with it, and that's why I'm on the board. I love GNOME a lot, but I can't force it down the throat of people that have seen better documentations and projects that have been able to give their time to documentation. I'm very glad that we have people like Sophie working on documentation and seeing how this could basically go within the GNOME project, hoping that this would help communities, not just Africa, but also, you know, the entire GNOME community. One of the problems within community diversity and welcoming newcomers, this is something that we have not really gotten completely right with the GNOME project, to basically know how to basically follow up with newcomers from different demographics. It's quite exciting for me that at least coming into the GNOME project, I really didn't know how to take out my profile picture. I could actually leave my profile picture and still be accepted. That shows to me that there's a level of acceptance within the GNOME project. But of course, as you would agree with me, it doesn't really go down with every community member. People still feel like, what does really Africa has to give to the GNOME project? I've had comments that are quite really disturbing. So it means that we have so many things that we have to do to give more support within minority groups in open source. In this context, Africa. So what next, basically? When I was actually preparing this slide, I was thinking to myself, I've spoken to people within the African space, and recently having to participate in such projects, open source events, speaking about sustainability in open source, marketing and outreach, and the things that we could do within the GNOME project that could basically improve visibility in Africa. I talked about two things mainly. One is the open source ecosystem, and the other is the GNOME project as a whole. How do we foster collaboration and support that brings more newcomers and onboarding of people from Africa into the GNOME project? So collaboration here, I'm going to be talking about the open source ecosystem. Currently, the Gnome African project is really looking at how to collaborate with organizations like GitHub Education, developer communities, Microsoft, Google Developer Leads, and the Open Source Community in Africa chapters. And why are we doing these collaborations? Because we're looking at areas where we could actually get members that could have the level of drive to basically push things within the GNOME project and get contributors practically involved within the GNOME project. We also want to see how far they've been able to come with African universities and how we can learn from these organizations to build better communities within the Gnome Africa community. We are also looking at collaboration with open source organizations, not just organizations that are currently funding the GNOME project, but new organizations that are basically going to see prospective ideas within the Gnome African team and see how they can basically support Gnome in Africa and basically have practical users of the Gnome desktop in Africa. We're also, talking about fundraising. How do we raise funds that will be geared towards pushing activities of Gnome projects within African space? When I started this talk, I mentioned one of the problems we have right now is fundraising. As beautiful as it is that Gnome is interested in diversity, Gnome needs money. And money drives inclusion, right, in this whole thing. And also we're looking at collaborating with government institutions and government institutions not just within Africa, but even outside Africa that have seen prospects within GNOME and want to basically help push GNOME in Africa. This is a whole lot of work for us to do in this particular term, but we're hoping that by the next time we're coming to GUADEC, there'll be more Africans, and I wouldn't have to give this talk. Someone else will be doing an update of what we have done. We're also looking at collaboration with GNOME project maintainers. I think, for me, this is something I've actually done personally, but it's going to be more pushing in a way that we'll meet with actually maintainers and contributors of GNOME to see how we can basically help with collaborations of Africans into the GNOME project. There's also going to be cross-collaboration between GNOME communities, where we will be having collaboration with GNOME Latin, Asia, and Europe, for us to basically see what are these communities doing that we can adopt, or what are we doing that these communities can adopt to basically grow the GNOME community. I believe that collaboration within the GNOME, within communities basically help for better adoption of strategies or rather than repetition of processes. And we could basically learn from each other, basically see the differences that we have and basically use those differences to basically grow the GNOME project globally. And also, this collaboration would also look into improving of newcomers onboarding experiences within GNOME projects and how we could create better onboarding experiences for the GNOME user. Just basically winding down to the end of my talk and reflecting on how I started this talk, and when I was actually writing this talk, you would actually assume that basically this talk would only focus on Africans. But I thought to myself, minority communities are basically communities that are less represented within the open source space. While I speak from an African context, there are things that minority communities are actually going through within a global project. When I mean a global project, I'm talking about smaller communities in a large box. The large box in this context, the GNOME project. So how do we support communities in an open source project? How do we see that minority communities are seen and are supported to continue to do what they're doing within the GNOME project? I will talk about funding again, because this is where basically it lies. One of the things we have to do is that we have to fund the GNOME project more to basically do these things, to basically see that communities, smaller communities, get the resources they require to actually do ACFest events, and also go into universities and use the GNOME projects. Without funds, there's really little we can do when it comes to diversity. There's really little we can do when it comes to bringing in inclusion into the GNOME project. And also representation and inclusion in global events. I spoke about this at the beginning. I gave myself as an example. Why it seemed like it might be something of interest to find that an African is here. I feel like being here and being the only person here is not of interest to me. Because it would have been a better interest if I had 2-3 people here, because then I see people like myself. And this is not talking that I have not been properly accepted in the GNOME project. Like I said when I started, I've been properly accepted, and this is the reason why I was voted for. But the reason why I've accepted is basically to be more like a bridge for other people like myself to come into the GNOME community. And if this continues, my motivation and everything is going to really drop. And it's very simple, and I would basically cap it as the GNOME project is not really interested in Africans. So driving representation at global events is very important to look at the demographics represented in the GNOME project and think of ways that we can improve demographic representation around the GNOME project. And this is not just within Africa, this is within different areas. And practically speaking, people would likely speak to people that they look like than people that they really do not know. I'm more of like a global person. I can speak to anyone, regardless of your color of your skin. But not everyone has that level of acceptability to be able to speak to different people. Some people will have to start first with people that looks like them before they actually integrate into the larger community. So representation in global events is very important, not just for Africa, but for different minority groups that we have within the GNOME project and open source in general. And it's key to understand demographic differences. If you look at the outreach program they did recently on 1,000 interns and all of those celebrations that went on Twitter, you would see that there were so many things to learn, that there are things that are different, and how events are created and how people get motivated within different parts of the world. So I am very pleased that I'm able to finish well. We can continue this conversation by reaching out to me in different areas. I'm on Twitter. And I recently just created an account on Mastodon. That's because so many people got me to do this yesterday. And you can actually connect me here, and I'm happy, basically, to have further conversation and how we could further collaborate to create a better space for inclusivity within the GNOME project. Thank you very much. Okay, yes, sure.
Like for Latvian community, it was initial step for getting good was localization. I understand that Europeans have a bit more resources to actually want to do pilots with Wayland, but I was wondering if that, for example, we wanted to see non-desktop, for example, with the local language has been big motivation in Africa. I was wondering about that. Is that a thing?
Yeah, I think translation at the moment is an area that we are looking to basically work on within the GNOME project to local languages in Africa. There's motivation and interest within these areas, but like I said, there are still quite a lot of gap as to how to get people interested in this, and basically look at the maintenance of this project. GNOME maintenance is more like spread across, and to basically reach them is not very flexible, time different, time zones. So if we can get the contributors, the maintenance of translations, for instance, we can get GNOME Africa, to contribute to that. So it's basically building more like a strategy where we're able to reach maintenance and then plunge in African contributors to this maintenance to do the work.
Do you have any thoughts on how we can improve the visa process to make it more successful? Because it's obviously we tried and failed.
Yeah, funny enough, this morning, I was so sad. I posted on our groups, and I was saying to them that I wish that we have more Africans in person and that we're going to work to see what we can do practically. I think what we can do is look at each country, what they need specifically, and go to the later to provide those informations beforehand. Because visa processes within Africa is not as fast as we have it in other parts of the world. So we might want to start things about visa processes a bit more early than other countries to actually get approvals and get people to basically come. So that was one of the reasons I volunteered to the committee, because I really want to really see how I could help in that
That's not a
area.
travel committee, that's actually per conference.
Oh, okay.
So it would be actually useful, I think, to find, maybe start creating various visa helping committees, like,
Okay.
or teams. So
Okay.
that
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, I totally agree because like the experience of organizing dedicated that you need actually dedicated people to understand all the details about getting visas for like people.
Yeah. We can create.
people around don't hear you if you are not close to the microphone.
Okay, we can. Okay. She was talking mainly about basically. A question came in about how we can improve visa processes to have more Africans people come in, and there've been quite more like suggestions. So Rosanna is giving which is our director of operations, and she's saying that if we create a process within the African community where we could have documentation on visa process for different countries in Africa, that could help before events and see what they would require, what they would need to do. So yeah, this is something we're going to look at, and we can have further conversation on this after. Yeah. Any other question? Yeah.
Yeah. So what you said about getting more Africans to come to GUADEC. So I know there are a lot of different causes, right? There's the visas, as Rosanna mentioned. There's funding. There's maybe like the reason why somebody would choose to go to GUADEC instead of the conference. But what do you think is is there a biggest problem that you think we should tackle first?
I think one of the biggest problem is what we have mentioned. We can start by a bit more earlier and get people to practically come down here. When we had, there was a statement Rob made, which was quite good. We worked on the board for 2 years, but we had actually not seen each other. But there was a difference when we had an in-person meeting on how we related to each other and how we understood what we wanted to do within the board. And so there's something about having to meet people in person to basically understand what they bring to the table and how you could help them. So I think the biggest goal here is to basically work on travels and get people down here in person. Thank you.
Thank you, Regina, for your talk. So now we are going to have a very short break, and afterwards, like not even in 10 minutes, we're going to have Til's presentation. It's going to be a very interesting, quite technical presentation. And please come back and follow it. See you later.
Heat doesn't matter. Like, who cares about the GNOME design?
Everyone online as well. We're doing our presentation now. We have Phil Cantor and he's going to talk in GUIs. The stage is yours.
Everyone probably knows that I'm leading the Open Printing project since 2001, and so I make printing just work. And for all Linux and similar operating systems. And so I will talk today about the new printing GUIs, as we are getting a new architecture in printing. You know, probably many of you know that CUPS is the printing system in Linux and many other operating systems, and that to set up a printer, you usually create a CUPS queue with a driver, with a PPD file, and with filters. But also CUPS uses internally the Internet Printing Protocol and supports it. And nowadays, modern printers, when you buy a modern printer, they all support IPP, the Internet Printing Protocol, and work driverless. This came up also with the idea that smartphones can print on every usual consumer printer. And so they work driverless, they are IPP printers, and so we decided that CUPS will be changed in the future for the 3.x version, that it only supports IPP, that it works all IPP, and we will not use PPD files and driver filters anymore. And this has an impact on the printer setup tools. This is the graphical user interface with which you create CUPS queues and set up and configure your printers. and also on the print dialogues, which is when you want to print something out of an application, a dialog pops up where you choose the printer and where you can set options like paper size, paper tray quality, and so on. And so there are changes needed as the current printer setup tools, like the printers module of Gnome, will not work in the new context, and many printer dialogues also not. And so I will a little bit talk about this. Yes, this was how it was before. In the very beginning, back in 2000 and earlier, the standard print job format was PostScript, because Unix was used in computing centers of universities, and the laser printers there were all PostScript printers. There were also these line printers, but this is some different story. But the usual printers for printing graphical content, formatted content, are PostScript printers. So PostScript got the standard format. In Linux, the same thing. It's a very similar operating system to Unix. And so when CUPS was created, Michael Sweet, the creator of CUPS, decided for using PPD files to describe the printer's capabilities, as most printers are PostScript. The standard print job format is PostScript. PPD files fit in very well, are simple text files, so easy to handle, and easy even to read and to debug. And so, so PPDs got the standard format. And for non-PostScript printers, Michael Sweet made an extension, putting lines CUPS filter into the PPD files, describing which driver filter has to be used to turn PostScript into the printer's native format. And behind this is also GoScript to render PostScript on the computer to rasterize it for the non-PostScript printers. And one set up manually the CUPS queue with the driver filter and PPD. And now, why we do want to abandon PPD files? And this is because PPD files, even when CUPS was created, were already obsolete, and PostScript too. In 1984, Adobe stopped to continue to develop PostScript. And in 2006, Mike and me, we finally decided on abolishing PDF. In the first printing summit, which I organized, we announced that we were abolishing PDF, and some years later, abolishing PostScript, and some years later, and replace it by as PDF as standard print job format. And some years later, PDF was used as the standard print job formats in all Linux distributions. And also PPD files, they describe the settable options like qualities, trace, and so only as enumerated choice or as Boolean. You have no possibility to define numerical options for adjustments or string options for passwords or fax numbers. And so PPD files are a little bit of a bottleneck, and so we want to get rid of them. And so the new architecture looks as follows. We have a PPD-less CUPS. The CUPS is all IPP. The current CUPS is already capable of this, but has also the PPD functionality. And the PPD and filter functionality will be removed in version 3.x of CUPS. And also, what we currently already start to use is CUPS in a snap, in a sandbox package. And there, the CUPS file system is an immutable file system, and we cannot add PPD files or driver filters to this version of CUPS. And so CUPS in a snap is a little bit like the CUPS 3.x due to the sandbox. And so with this, we have also to switch to the new architecture without PPD files. And so the CUPS only supports The CUPS only supports driverless IPP printers. These are printers of the IPP 2.x standard, which advertise themselves by DNSSD. You can, by an IPP request, load the full capability description of the printer to the computer, so you don't need a PPD file for it. And the printer only understands standard print job formats, and it is one of 4 formats. It can be PDF, it can be Apple raster, it can be PWG raster, or it can be PCLM. But PCLM is not PCL. PCLM is a simplified raster-only PDF. And so the printer must understand one of these formats to fulfill the standard. It tells in its capability report which format it understands. So the computer has all information to print on the printer. And so only these printers are supported in the future by CUPS and also by the CUPSNet. And so what do we have to do with the printers, with the legacy printers which still need a driver? We don't need to throw them away. What we do, we use a software emulation of a driverless IPP printer. And this software emulation, we call it is a printer application. This software emulation, on one end, emulates a driverless IPP printer, and on the other end communicates with a physical printer by network, by USB, by parallel, by whatever. And inside it converts a standard format, one of the 4 standard formats, into the printer's native format. So this is the new format of printer drivers. And so we have here some diagram. On the left-hand side, you see how CUPS was formerly. You have CUPS, or how CUPS is today in the 2.x version. You have CUPS itself. It can directly communicate with driverless IPP printers. But, for example, if you have a non-driverless legacy PostScript printer, CUPS needs at least a PPD file to know about the printer and to do the right thing with it. And if it's a legacy printer which does not even understand PostScript, then CUPS also needs a filter to convert PostScript, or currently PDF, into the printer's native format. And in the new architecture it looks different. CUPS has no special facilities for PostScript, for PPDs, or for filters. CUPS only can communicate with driverless IPP printers. You see it on the right-hand side. If the printer does it by itself, CUPS communicates directly. If the printer is a legacy printer, you need a printer application which is supporting the printer. There can be several at the same time on the same computer, it's no problem. And there are already available printer applications for all the drivers, all the free software drivers which usually came with Linux distributions. I've taken care of that. So this has consequences to the printer setup tools in a way that you do not create the usual print queues anymore. You don't need to create print queues with drivers. And CUPS itself is able to auto-detect any IPP printer, independent whether it's a physical IPP printer or whether it's a printer application, fully automatically, and you do not need to create a queue for that. So CUPS works automatically without any need for for configuring. And so you don't need all this stuff which you see on this slide that you need to create, that you list CUPS queues and have to add pointers with PPD files. And so pointer setup tools, you know, it's GNOME Control Center's pointer modules, system config pointer, CUPS web interface, or even command line tools like lp-admin of CUPS, or a fully automatic tool, CUPS Browse-D, which is a daemon which sees IPP pointers and creates CUPS queues automatically. So in the new architecture, we do not have CUPS queues, but what we have instead are IPP point services, because the printer applications are IPP point services, and the native IPP pointers are IPP point services. So what you want to display in a pointer setup tool are not the CUPS queues, but are the IPP point services. And each IPP point service is one entry, and we are also grouping. For example, one printer application can support more than one physical printer, so it has internally print queues, and so we would group these entries. And the same for a multifunction device when it has a print queue and a fax queue, that we group these two queues of the multifunction device, as they are both by themselves IPP point destinations. And when we have the Add Printer button, which we have in all printer setup tools in GNOME Control Center at the top right, and in the system config printer somewhere at the top too, and in the web interface of CUPS, it's under admin printers. You can add a printer. Formerly, what happened, we auto-detected printers, and then the tool looked for a PPD file for them. What we will do now is we also auto-detect printers. We check whether they are non-driverless, whether they don't have, or whether they don't provide already an IPP point destination. And then we look for printer applications for them. We do a lookup request to the Open Printing web server, and the Open Printing web server is observing the Snap Store and has the information about which printer, and on the Open Printing web server, there are installed all the printer applications. The printer application snaps from the Snap Store, and then the server can do a request on these installed printer applications on the server with a printer ID and find out which printer application supports it, and this it answers back to the printer setup tool, and this way the printer setup tool knows how to set up which printer application to install for that printer, and then this printer works also as IPP point destination. And what we also will do in the GNOME Control Center, at least, we will not remove all the functionality of it for the old architecture and add the functionality for the new architecture. We add the functionality for the new architecture, keep the one for the old architecture, so it supports both. And this way, we are not forced to update CUPS and the GNOME Control Center in sync. We can update the GNOME Control Center at first, and whenever the distro switch decides to switch to either CUPS 3.x or to the CUPS Snap, the GNOME Control Center simply keeps working. And so when you have the CUPS 2.x, you will see in the main view of the GNOME Control Center both IPP point destinations and permanent manually created CUPS queues. because the CUPS 2.x provides both, supports both. And if you click on that printer, you will be able to both find a printer application for a detected printer or a PPD file. And this is not yet completely implemented. So if you have now the head of the development of GNOME running in your GNOME boxes, you will not see anything of it. It is under development. Google Summer of Code contributor, Moit Verma, is working on that. And he is doing it throughout this year's Google Summer of Code. I have some interim state of that in Ubuntu PPA for Lunar. So one can already see some things, but not everything. And on this conference on Sunday, I will also have a BOF about the design of the GUI of that. And so the other GUI part for printing is the print dialog. And print dialogs, we have the GTK print dialog, the Qt print dialog for the GNOME and for the KDE applications. And we have several applications with their own dialogs. LibreOffice, Mozilla, which is Firefox and Thunderbird, and Chromium. They have their own print dialogs, nice print dialogs even. But for example, of the two browsers, or at least of Chromium, the print dialog directly accesses /etc/cups/ppd to get information about the printer, which is completely wrong. You should not do it even with CUPS 2.x. And these print dialogs will completely fail in the new architecture. Oh, something less severe what print dialogs where print dialogs are bad in is they use a CUPS API of the CUPS library, but a too old one. So if CUPS auto-discovers an IPP print destination, it does not create a permanent queue. When you see a permanent queue created, it's by CUPS browsed, not by CUPS. And we want to get rid of CUPS browsed sooner or later too. So yes. Now I could talk about print dialogs, or I could do a demo in the next 10 minutes. What do you prefer?
Is everyone okay with it? I would really like to see it.
So you want to have a demo? Yes. So we go out of here. What?
Did you bring your printer?
No. I don't. I show you. I show you how this printer looks like. So I go. Here. So here. Look here. I show you something. I run this command line. It's some tool for developing and debugging. It's an emulator of an IPP printer. This command IPP server emulates a printer which does 10 pages per minute in black and white and 10 pages per minute in color. And it prints double-sided, duplex, this the -2 means, and it understands the formats image URF, which is Apple raster, and application PDF, which is PDF, and it drops the printouts in a virtual output tray named /TMP, and the queue name is test printer 1. So I turn on this printer. And now you enter the command driverless. And you see one of the output lines, the last one, is this is this emulated printer. The other printers are also emulated. But now let's concentrate on the last line. This is the URI of this emulated printer. And now I go into a web browser. And here, this is the web administration interface of the printer. Here, it's a color printer. You see it has color toner. And here, you see we put A4 into the first tray. Where's A4? Yes, here. And in the second tray, we have photo paper and 4 by 6 inch or 10 by 15 centimeters. And we can even tell how big the trays are. So this is an emulation of a printer. And now, this is, you see, there are no permanent CUPS queues because these are IPP print destinations and CUPS is not creating permanent queues for it. So we look for IPP print destinations which are visible for CUPS, which CUPS has discovered, and you see the test printer 1 is under them. And if we get to the GNOME Control Center, we go onto the printers panel, and now you see print destinations. And here, this one is the test printer 1. And as this is not a permanent CUPS queue, it does not make sense that we get here in the sub-menu functionality to delete this queue, to set the PPD options and so on. But what we get instead is we get access to the queue's web admin interface. This is now the browser. This is not my part. Go here. And here we see the web interface. And if you have a permanent CUPS queue, you will see this as the function menu. As on a permanent CUPS queue, you can set the options from the PPD, and you can delete the queue, for example, which you cannot do with an IPP print destination. So you see, this GNOME Control Center is supporting the new architecture. This is Moed Werner's work up to now. It will look much better later, and we are working on Sunday on that in our BOF in room 3 after lunch. And we have a printer application also running. What is the replacement of a printer driver? This is the HPLIP printer application. It's a printer application where I've embedded the HPLIP driver in a printer application, and this way I can distribute HP's HPLIP driver as a snap in a snap store. And this printer application has internally two print queues, because I'm using 2 HP printers, and these are these two, and GNOME Control Center is grouping them together. The group view will be improved later, but you see that they're standing together. And if I go to the web interface of the printer application, it looks like this. You have here general configuration on the left-hand side, and you have the printers configured on the right-hand side. Why does it not scroll? And here you can configure each printer with the buttons, and here you have an add printer button. When you click on it, it will search for it will search for printers here. It does not find one. We don't have an HP printer in the network here. And here you see all the models. It chooses the driver automatically, but you can intervene manually if it does if something goes wrong, or you think the driver of another model does better on your printer than the original driver. And there are many HP printers supported by HP themselves. And you get here general configuration, even HP specific stuff as installing the proprietary plugin of HPLIP. It's also supported by the printer application. So everything specific to HP printers or specific to the printer supported is happening inside the printer application. You control it by the printer application's web interface, how you control a physical IPP printer by its own web administration interface. So it's in this way all fulfilling the standards. And yes, outside, and for the outside you see only IPP printers. So I go out of here. You see here are two print queues. You also set printing all the settings of the printer, the default settings inside the printer application. The names are PSC 2500 and test. And you see here test PSC 2500. And when you go here to the web interface, it jumps directly to the printer's submenu in the web interface. And so these are printer applications and the printer setup tool. And when you click on add printer, unfortunately here it does not detect a printer. But I think it's our network. And if you want to print something, let us, is it not here? Where is it? No. You start an editor and you want to print this file. You use the usually Control P or click on the printer in the hamburger menu. And so you see here the printers. The print dialog is showing you print destination, IPP destinations, and it is and not permanent CAPS queues. You have already in the beginning seen I have entered LP start -V and got no output, meaning that there are no permanent CAPS queues, but this print dialog can cope with it. It shows the print destinations because this dialog is updated. And this is updated with the work of my former Google Sum of Code contributor, Gaurav Guleria, who did the conversion of the GTK print dialog and the Qt print dialog to see IPP destinations and so work with the new architecture. So he had done also, this way he had done the first step to make the Qt dialog cute, but we need someone else who improves the user interface of it. So this was the demo, and now we have 10 minutes left for questions and answers.
So, Jill, only one thing. For questions, can you repeat the question in the microphone so people online?
Yes, we don't have a microphone to run around in the room.
Yeah, no.
Ah, yes. Yes, so anyone has a question?
Or they can just come up there.
Yes, or you come up here. to get your first stage experience on a conference and ask your question. On the other conferences, we had always a nice girl, the microphone runner, with a microphone running through the room and to the person who wants to ask a question. But you can feel free, ask your question on the seat, I repeat it, or come to the stage and talk by yourself directly into our broadcast. So, who wants to start?
So you have, you mentioned all of the many different print dialogues and different applications that do things in various bad ways. Do you have a plan for who is going to go and update Premiere and Firefox and LibreOffice and PTK2? I don't know how far back we go with this stuff.
Yes.
Does it work in new ones?
Yes, we have one thing, we have a workaround, this is CAPS Browse-D, which simply makes a permanent CAPS queue out of each print destination, out of each IP. Yes, yes, he's asking that we have many different print dialogues, and they are better or worse supporting the new architecture, and how this will be solved, how they will be all converted. And the first thing, the interim workaround to keep the boat afloat all the time, is CAPS Browse-D, which I've created many years ago. But we want to have a real solution. The print dialogues will all support the new architecture. And to make it easier and to do not fail again this way, I have created the common print dialog backends. And this is a modularization of the print technology support and the graphical user interface. So the print technology support, the responsibility on it, it's modularized out, and so the responsibility on it is moved to the creator of the print technology. So the CAPS backend of the common print dialog backends is maintained by Open Printing. And if some network print service, some cloud print service comes up, they are supposed to provide a backend for their technology, for their network cloud printing technology, and for example, to put it up in the Snap Store so that everyone can install it. And so we have modules. These modules are dbus services, and and for the print dialogues we have a front-end library, cpdblibs, and this library, when the dialog wants to know which printers are available, this library shouts into the dbus to find whether there are backends, and each backend is reporting back which printers are available for their print technology. And so the print dialog gets the total of print destinations available and lists them. And when the user selects one and wants to set the options, then the front end is talking directly to the backend this print destination belongs to, and the backend is providing the list of the options and choices so that the print dialog can display it. And the print dialog, and then the user sets it and clicks on print, and then the job is sent together with the settings of the user, the job data together with the settings of the user, sent to the backend, and the backend passes it on to the appropriate print technology, like CAPS. And so the print technology and the dialog are completely decoupled by a dbus connection, and dbus runs through the walls of sandboxes. So the application can be in one snap or in a Flatpak, and the backends can be in another snap. And so the print technology provider provides their backend, like Open Printing provides the backend for CAPS, and the application developer or the GUI developer, like the Gnomies, they don't need to take care of print technologies and their advancement anymore. And so if CUPS does something fancy, all print dialogues will suddenly support that new fancy stuff. And if we get a new network, a new cloud printing service, you simply say, snap install my new cloud printing, and all your print dialogues will support it. And with this, we make it easier for the application and GUI developers, but we must do the first step. They must switch over to the common print dialog backends. And for this, I'm running a Google Summer of Code project again. I'm very active in the Google Summer of Code. And this means, and there is a contributor is working on the conversion of the applications dialogues. Kushagra Sharma. And this way, we get the print dialogues into the new architecture. But I need a lot of collaboration by the application projects. If they do not answer, to the feature requests and so, it gets very difficult to go over to this, and then we have even to look into a third workaround. All these 4 applications which I mentioned, which have own print dialogues, they also support the GTK dialog. They have a button, use systems print dialog, and then appears the GTK print dialog. So one could all distro patch them, they directly display the GTK dialog. We do not want this. This is a last mean. As CUPS Browsti was also a last mean for all the time. Yes, next question. Is it already over? So I hope everyone, I want to show you something very quickly for the further conference. Where is it? One thing, you can download the slides if you click the little paper clip on the talk about announcement in the schedules and get more information. And then, what is that? One cannot aim for the end. Yes, let me see. Yes. Then on Saturday, on this conference, on the time is wrong, I mistyped there. The time is 3:15 in the afternoon, room 1. And there I will give a workshop. Your app everywhere, just in a snap. You learn how to make a snap package of an application, of your application, of an application where you want to volunteer that it gets into the Snap Store. Get it into the Snap Store, and everyone can easily install it, and you learn how this works in a 2 hours hands-on workshop. But there's one condition. You will need to run Snapcraft, which only runs well on Ubuntu, and therefore I've prepared a virtual machine image, which is 5.7 gigabytes, not easily to download. And so come up to me or to the Ubuntu table, and we will arrange that we put it by USB stick on your laptop. We can do it also even on the workshop, but do not try to download it during the workshop, otherwise the internet here will break down if everyone does it. Yes. So, and also it's a good idea to already download the slides, as when you do the interactive exercises, you can browse the slides, copy and paste from them, and see advanced topic, which I will not be spinning. So only to be, for all of you to be best prepared for the workshop. That's it. Thank you very much. And if you want to know more about printing, open printing, get more demos or so, simply come up to me. I'm also sometimes at the Ubuntu table.
So very quickly, before the next session, or after the next session is lunch. The closest place to grab lunch will be in the building over there. There's like a dine there and buy food there. You also have about an hour and a half, although double checking against the schedule. So if you feel like you have enough time to go into Old Town Riga or some other place, you're more than welcome to. But the closest and most convenient will be the building.
The thing is that if I connect my laptop, I can see the screen here and the screen there.
Yes.
So if we can either yours or this one, it would be awesome. Because I need to move the slides on the side, you know.
I know what you mean. We can.
Or I can just, if I can use this one.
It's an extended monitor. Do you want? What do you want? Duplicate?
I can use this only for my notes if I can put my presentation either here on or in yours.
This is your presentation.
Yeah,
It's a PDF. Okay.
I can get the USB.
No, that's fine. I'm not thinking basically.
Yep. Shall I get the USB because you don't have it here?
Yeah, I still think. Yeah, you give me. Oh, you can send me an email.
It's, I have it here.
Okay. Yeah. Vi ska alla pesim, jā. Tā nav ideja, jā. Ja nav mikrofons īsti.
Just give us a second.
We'll start in 2 minutes.
Sorry, it's presentations. Yeah, community building.
Can when someone asks you a question, repeat.
Yeah.
We will do this. So, you will have notes again, okay?
Yeah, I have just a few notes here. I don't need this anymore. What does it say?
Oh yeah. Thank you. I was like totally missing that. Here we go. You just have to click next.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. So, hello everyone. Oh, I'm so happy to see a few people here and glad to see so many familiar and new faces. So my name is, I'm going to introduce myself, by the way. So my name is Anisa Kutsi, and today I'm going to talk about community building, and I'm going to share my experience working with different communities in different countries that I've lived. I'm going to very briefly touch a little bit the topic of diversity and inclusion, always in these free, liberal, open source communities. Well, first of all, I am part of different projects, different communities. I've been a GNOME member for probably a bit more than a year, but a GNOME volunteer for a bit longer than that. I'm recently in the Code of Conduct Committee, and yeah, this is a new challenge for me, so I'm happy to be here as the first time as part of this committee. I'm an OpenStreetMap member and also a contributor. I'm a Wikimedia project contributor, and I'm also a Debian community member, and I help with DebConf organizing for those who know the community and the event. So, first of all, I wanted to share a little bit of my journey so you understand why I'm doing this presentation, why it's me here today. My journey started back in Albania, where I'm from and where I got to know the FLOSS projects and the FLOSS communities, and where I started contributing in these projects. In a small community, local hackerspace that we had back in Albania, I started organizing with my fellow community members events. They were either small, medium, or large scale, up to 300 people, and we were really active, and we had a very diverse community because we had nearly 60% women in our Albanian community. In 2018, I moved to Italy, and there I started meeting a few people. Luckily, I already knew a few people because I was so active in these communities, and I just knew a few people and had a few friends in the community. So in 2020, fast forward, I started working for Wikimedia Italy as the which is, by the way, the local chapter for the Wikimedia Foundation and also for the OpenStreetMap Foundation back in Italy. So it supports and works with the Wikimedia projects and OpenStreetMap projects on the national territory. There, I interfaced with a very different community from what I was actually used to collaborating and working with back in Albania. And I was really mind blown on how big this community was and how many of these people were really experts on their respective projects and their respective fields. Because back in Albania, we're a very newborn community, and not everyone was such an expert. There were a few people, but not everyone. And whereas in Italy, there were like really interesting people with a very huge background on these projects. And fast forward again to 2023, I'm still the project manager for OpenStreetMap and also work as community support for the Wikimedia projects, always in Wikimedia Italy. So basically my main experience across all the projects and getting to know all these communities is mainly based on community building and diversity and inclusion topics. So that is why I today decided to share with you this experience that I have created so far, hoping that it will be helpful for someone or hoping that I will get some feedback and, you know, let's improve together. Yeah, that's it. So, the importance of community. Communities are a collaborative way and work towards a common goal, so it's really important to have communities. After all, these projects only exist because there are these huge communities behind them who work and do this volunteer, non-paid work to make these projects work for everyone that uses them around the world. So it's really important, obviously, to have communities because it also creates a bigger voice that increases the chances of being heard. Basically, if you go in a public administration, if you go to an institution and you just try to fight for something, try to establish a connection, obviously it's not going to work if you are going there as an individual. It's going to work definitely if you are a bigger voice, if it's a wider community who is working towards that goal. And obviously, if you also have an association, a foundation, another institution that is on your behind your back, kind of supporting you and just being there as a backup plan if this public administration institution doesn't really care about the community as well. So it's important to have communities for also the reason that you have a support network and you have mutual help. Not everyone is an expert in the communities, so creating this support network is very useful so people can find advice from and help from more experienced users, and also experienced users can share the experience that they have gained all these years. So it's kind of a both ways gain, let's say. Communities give people a sense of belonging, and obviously everyone wants to belong to a group, everyone wants to be part of something bigger, and what better than these communities where everyone has a common interest and basically no one is really gaining something very specific. It's for a bigger cause, it's for a social cause, and yeah, it's good to be part of the communities and have this fact that you belong to something. And this is somehow related also with the fact that it allows people to establish good connections. And yeah, basically in these communities you might start off because you are interested about a specific project, but I've noticed in all the communities that I've been part of that after a while you really get to know the people, and it's not only about the project anymore, but at some point you go to the conferences because you meet your friends and you care about the whole project, the whole, let's say, GNOME world, not only because, oh, it's the code and that's it, but you start really caring about the people. So you do establish connections, and these are the main fact that we have solid communities and that these communities thrive and move forward. And obviously, communities foster communication, and without communication, we can't really develop. So it's important to communicate. It's not meant that we always need to agree on everything. We also need to have discussions, and then also disagree. We need to, give ideas, opinions back and forth. They don't need to be the same. We just need to improve, and this is only done by communicating. So communities, this is what it's all about. It's all of these factors and all of these things together. So as I told you, I'm from Albania. Albania is a very small country with 2.5 million people, and then at some point I moved to Italy, a country with more than 60 million people. So it's a very huge difference. So that's why I thought that my experience was so kind of interesting to share, because I had this experience with these very small communities back in Albania, and then I went to another completely different background. And the things that I noticed by being part of the Albanian and smaller communities is that, oh, by the way, these are not pros and cons, it's just a list of things that I noticed. They are not bad or good or anything like that. They are just things that I noticed about each one of the communities being so different. So basically, in the Albanian communities, the communities were smaller, and as a consequence, few organizations engaged with what we're doing. We had an overall estimation, less people engaged, and also less professionally involved contributors. I really want to take the time to explain this, because I don't want this to be misunderstood. It's not that the Albanian contributors were not experts, but having being a much smaller community, we had obviously less professionally involved contributors. I'll take an example. Let's say in the Wikimedia movement in Italy, there are lots of people who work with the Wikimedia projects, but they also, let's say, work in the libraries. And they are directly involved with what we are doing on a more cultural level. Whereas in Albania, we didn't have so many people from different institutions being involved on what we're doing and working with us. So it's not about the contributions not being good enough or anything like that. No way, they were as good as Italian ones or as any other community. And the most important kind of issue that we had back in Albania, being a small country, is that we didn't have the possibility to get lots of budget. So it was really hard to find budget to support our initiatives. Whereas, for example, in Italy, I see a wide engagement and many organizations engaged with anything that we do. There is lots of interest, also from public administration, universities, and all kinds of institutions. There are more professionally involved contributors in the project. As I told you, we have, for example, for OpenStreetMap, so many people that work in the universities. They are professors, or they work in municipalities, in the cartography offices, or digital and urbanistic offices. So that's what I meant by the professionally involved people. And we have also significant budgets allocated to support the projects, especially because Italy is a very developed country, and there are also European Commission and all these kind of huge organizations that kind of tend to invest in the projects. Anyway, the thing that I noticed, even though the Albanian communities were very little, is that we had some kind of benefits, because being a few people in the community, the newly engaged people are involved more deeply, and you get to know the people more closely, and you get to really help them with what they need help, and you can guide them, and you can explain everything on a deeper level. So it's kind of easier to really connect to them and to really help them out through their journey and the whole process. It is definitely easier to have a safer and more welcoming environment, for the only fact that if you have an event of 15 or let's say 50 people, obviously it's easier to have a safe place and to see everything that's happening. Whereas if you have an event of 500 people, how would you be able to control everything that's happening? So of course it's much more difficult to have a safe space in such a big event. And also, it's obviously easier to work on the gender gap issues because they are much smaller and on a much lower scale. Whereas in the Italian communities, I noticed that most of the contributors were mostly doing very individual work, and many of them were not even interested in collaborating and helping out on the more community side of the projects that they were working, which I found really surprising. I didn't expect that. Still, there are lots of people who help, but if you would make a percentage, is a very low percentage compared to much smaller communities. Being experts, all community members tend to scare newcomers because there is really often a very technical language being used, and that's sometimes kind of scary for people who are not as experienced and who don't usually have the most technical background. So this happens a lot in bigger communities because sometimes people just don't know who is listening, who is reading and everything else, so they just don't think about this detail, but it's just something that happens like that. So that's why also the next point is that many newcomers tend to superficially learn about the project because they don't always get the guiding they need, as I was saying. And obviously it's harder to work on the gender gap issues because it's a huge community compared to some smaller ones. So this slide was just to highlight that all communities are different, but that doesn't mean that one is better than the other or anything like that. All communities are good. The thing is that we really need to know the resources that we have in each community, either the big ones or the small one communities, and just use them for the better and try to kind of put the resources and all the skill sets and the help that we have and just kind of distribute them in a good way that it's helpful to make the community develop. So, if you are wondering how to start a community, the Gnome community is already quite active, but I'm going to go to that afterwards. But if you have a new project and you are wondering how to start one, I have some very quick tips. So, purpose is the first tip that I wrote, because obviously you need to have a community goal, you need to know why you are building this community and what do you want to do. You need to be very clear who we are, who is this community, because people need to know by whom the community is formed. And something that not many people think of, like this might seem very trivial. Allow me to say this. This might seem trivial, they don't always get, checked from the list. So I'm just gonna go with it. One success for the community, is there a goal? Is it a global goal? Is it a local goal? You need to be very clear about this, because people need to know what they are putting themselves through, what they are helping with. You need to be very clear on how people can join the community, and you need to give clear direction on how to get introduced and get to know the community members, and also what there is to be done, like what are the tasks that are required, what is the expectations that you have from these newcomers, what are the different activities. And this is also related with what we do, because in these different activities you really need to give an idea of what skill sets you require, what time you require for people to put on your project, and also what kind of contributions you have. Like, is there documentation? You only need coding? Do you need translation, event organizing? Because these are all factors that, after all, help you with having a clear and solid community. Then, yes, how to contribute, that's what I was saying also about the different kinds of contributions. And last but not least, you need to keep the channels very clear, where people can stay updated, where people can find more information, and how they can keep in touch with the rest of the community. So, if you are already part of a community, whether it's a big one or a small one, I have a few more trivial tips that might be helpful to kind of keep your community members active. Rule number one is, obviously, you need to listen to the people, you need to really care about the people if you want to have a community that cares about you, and you need to just have lots of empathy. So keep this in mind while doing everything else. And so this trivial list starts with finding local activist groups that might have things in common or find something common with your project. And this is a good way, because people are already in the volunteer world and mindset, so they might be already people who know that the volunteer work somehow pays off, and it's a good opportunity. Reach high school students, and this is really important because they are still in search of what they are passionate about, and for young members of the communities, especially the students, connections are very important because they build networks that help them grow, and they get in touch with more experienced users and contributors, so in the future they have a good basis of network that will help them to build their career. Whereas professionals or really experienced contributors, at least for what I believe, usually do this thing to, like, they contribute just because they want to give back to the community, and this is their chance to kind of help the community that they have been with grow. Reach university students, especially universities that might have similar topics, and this is the same thing as with the students. They want to build networks, so you can use that in your advantage. Don't forget to empower people, include them in decision-making activities because it gives them a sense of responsibility and they are going to be more engaged, they are going to feel that cause closer to their hearts, and this is a good way to keep them ongoing and close to what you are doing. Distribute responsibilities and let them see that they can make it. Don't misunderstand this. This doesn't mean that you just say, oh, take this task and now it's none of my business. You just give people tasks and stay there and support them. Just don't leave them alone, because if they face any difficulties, it's good to have you there as a backup plan and as a support central point. Credit where credit is due. After all, these are all volunteer projects. People don't get paid, and at least, or the least that we can do is giving credit to people for the work that they have done, and obviously share the results of their work, especially if they are positive, because it encourages people to continue working and to continue doing these activities. It really pays off to see your volunteer work has been appreciated and used. So yeah, don't forget this one. Like always in the communities, and whatever you do with everyone in these communities. So the thing is that all this information that I gave, it's not code, it's not program, so you can't really put a command on the terminal and then it's done. Just remember that it's human contact, and of course one might say, I'm a volunteer, I don't have all the time to dedicate to building a community, but you can start by, and I know this is true, but you can start by saying that you care about people, and by really caring about the people and show them that. And you'll see that you will be paid back. So very quickly on diversity, equity and inclusion, I know we have very little time, but probably we don't have time for questions afterwards, but I'm going to be around and I'm really happy to talk to you. I'm really happy to have any kind of feedback. Don't forget to empower people by respecting and appreciating what makes them different in terms of all the list that you see on the screen. It's all these things. It might seem a very long list, but it's not, believe me. Anyways, you can kind of, the gist of it, you can sum it up by saying that diversity, equity, and inclusion is about fair treatment, opportunity for all, connecting with each other, value and respect. So no matter what, remember to respect everyone in your communities, and that's the most important thing to being part of the community. Without respect, you can't really move forward. Unfortunately, we don't have the time to go deeper in this, even though it's a very interesting topic. Don't forget, if you think that you have learned enough, you are making a mistake about diversity and inclusion, go and check, because there are always updates, there are always new things that you can learn and you can improve. And if you avoid the topic because you don't know enough, it's also a mistake, because you can always learn. And even if you make some kind of mistake, don't be scared, because we are all here to kind of learn from each other. So just don't avoid it, and just don't be arrogant saying that you know everything. So there is always room for improvement in that area. So I found this quote by a friend of mine who had a presentation about communities, and actually I stole it, but we are in the free licensing world, so sharing is caring. I loved it because it says an apartment is just a physical place. It eventually becomes home when people breathe, love, discuss, argue, celebrate, and share it. And just in the same way, in the open source project eventually becomes a true community when its contributors feel it with passion and joy. I really love this expression, and I totally believe that this is true. So I really encourage you to keep it close to your heart and to use this as a motto on moving forward in these free software communities. And yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to close it by saying this very interesting quote by Helen Keller: alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. So yeah, let's work together, and please let me know if you have any kind of feedback, and if you found this interesting, if it helped you, or if you have some tips that can help me to work with all the communities in the future. Thank you very much for attending. So, we don't have time for questions, right? Okay. We don't have time for questions, I think, but I'm going to be around. If you feel like asking or giving some feedback, I'll be around. For everyone who is following online, who is watching the talk online, just write in the comments, in the chats that you find over here, and respond afterwards. Thank you.
for Red Hat down in Brisbane, Australia. And today I'm going to be talking to you about sending and capturing input. Before I get started, the thing I want to say is, unlike usual, at the end, I want to say the acknowledgements up front. There's particularly two people, Jonas Odal, and Olivier Fordan, who've been instrumental to getting this off the ground, both in patch reviewing, but also in all the various GNOME components that we had to get in place here. I think we had to touch about 7 different repositories to get everything in place. So with that out of the way, I'm going to let you in on a secret. There's nothing Waylandy about this. So we started 3 years ago trying to get input emulation into Wayland. Turns out that 3 years later, now that we have it in place, we realized there's zero dependency on libWayland, zero dependency on the Wayland protocol, zero dependency on anything that's even remotely related to the actual display server or the display system. Which is convenient because that means we can use it in other places as well. So I'll give you get that icon looks different. First of all, I'm going to give you a bit of a summary of like what am I actually talking about. This is an abstraction of your workstation, right? We have a physical input device, a mouse, and I'm just going to talk about mice today because, at least for the purpose of this talk, mouse, keyboard, touchpads, touchscreens, they're all the same anyway. The actual events themselves don't matter for the purpose of this talk, and mice have a nice emoticon. So on your desktop machine, you have a physical input device, like a mouse, that sends physical events into the operating system stack. In the operating system stack, the two components we mostly care about is the kernel and the compositor, which is Mata in our case, but there's also various other components such as like GNOME Shell, the desktop environment, bits and pieces, and so on and so forth. That operating system stack translates the physical input events from the device into what is effectively a pointer movement on the screen. So the pointer moves from here to here. And if there happens to be an application underneath wherever the pointer ends up, that application gets, via the Wayland protocol or X in the old stack, that application gets the input event. So that's how things work on a normal desktop platform. When I talk about sending input events, what I'm talking about is this. So instead of a physical input device, we have some application that we can write, and that takes the place of a physical input device. So we're just now pumping events, physical events, logical events, we're not quite sure yet, into the operating system stack, which then does its magic. Everything happens to work the same way. When I talk about capturing events, what I mean is basically this. So we have our physical input devices that push the events into the operating system stack. The operating system stack then, instead of sending them onto the screen, moving the pointer, or in addition, depends on the context, also gives us the events. So we have an application that sits on the side somewhere, talks directly to that stack in one way or another, and it gets all the events from the physical input devices or from one physical input device, and so on and so forth, depending on the use case. So those are the two things, sending and capturing. The use case we have for that is input leap, and I'm using that because it's the one use case that actually requires sending and capturing events. There's plenty of other use cases where you need either, but this is like the one where it's easy to explain why we need both at the same time. Input leap is a fork of Barrier. If you've never heard of Barrier, Barrier is a fork of Synergy, and I think Synergy tends to be well known enough. Synergy is a Synergy, Barrier, Input leap. They're all software KVM switches. So you can use one set of physical input devices to move your cursor type on various different hosts that are all co-located, usually in the same room. So we're not talking about full remote desktop where the machine is somewhere and we create like a window into the desktop, but we're talking about a system where you can see the monitor of the other host, and you can just virtually move your mouse across and then interact with that. That might be a Windows machine, that might be a Mac OS machine, it doesn't really matter. So for this particular use case, we have two hosts, one with physical input devices. So what we need to do on the local host, where we have the devices, we need to capture all the input events, transfer them over the network somewhere, and then on the remote machine, we need to re-inject them into the operating system stack so the pointer on the remote machine actually moves. So there's a few tricky issues with that, especially in the Wayland stack, which I've tried to illustrate in this beautiful painting here. So you can see on the local host, the blue one with the physical mouse connected, you can see that the pointer is already far at the edge of the screen, not above the application window. So in our case, if input leap or our capturing application was a normal Wayland application, because the pointer is no longer over our application window, there's no way we can actually get pointer events. And that's if we even have a window. Input leap, for example, doesn't need one. The second issue you're going to find is that the pointer, if you look at it, is already almost at the edge of the screen. If I keep moving my mouse further to the right, eventually that pointer is going to bump into the edge of the screen. At which point, from a Wayland perspective, that pointer no longer moves. So I can keep moving the mouse, but that pointer is at the edge of the screen, is not going to move. If the pointer on screen doesn't move, it doesn't generate events, which means we have nothing to send over the network, which means the remote pointer cannot actually be moved. Likewise on the other machine, yeah, actually there's nothing to be said on the other machine. We just need to get the events in and move the pointer locally. So there's a few tricky things that we need to solve here. They have been solved. Synergy as a project, I think, is about 10, 15, maybe 20 years old, I'm not sure. So these solutions have existed for 10 to 20 years, and they work on different levels depending on which one you want to use. So we have for sending events, we have one solution, for example, is you can use uinput. Uinput is a kernel level API. There's a kernel device, dev uinput, that you can open. You throw a bunch of IOCLs at it, and then the kernel will, for you, create a virtual input device that looks almost exactly like a physical input device. There's a few ways how you can poke at it to realize, now this is actually a virtual device, but they're not necessarily reliable, and no one actually uses those ways. So for all intents and purposes, for Matter, for example, those devices that are created by uinput look exactly the same as any physical device that you have connected. There's a few problems with uinput. First of all is that you need to be root to access it. So that kind of rules out any sandboxing. Second problem, that's more of a technical problem that is solvable to some degree. uinput only talks to FDEV protocol. The FDEV protocol has a few niche cases which are complicated, but once you want to get past simple pointer and keyboard events, say into touchpad scrolling or touch events even, you suddenly have to send events in a way that the input stack in your compositor, which is usually libinput, interprets them in the way that you want them to be interpreted in. So through uinput, you don't say, I want to do a scroll event on a touchpad. Through uinput, what you do is you emulate a touchpad, then you put a touch down with a certain pressure, you put a second touch down with a certain pressure, you move those two touches, and then you hope that libinput inside Matter interprets that movement as a two-finger scroll. And you're really just hoping because you cannot guarantee it. The third problem with uinput is that, as I said before, as soon as you create this device, it looks virtually indistinguishable from a physical device, which means that Matter, our compositor, has no ability to distinguish between what is an emulated event and what is a real physical event. So for the context where you say, no, this user now has to physically authenticate or something like that, you cannot tell if the events that are coming in come from some application that just injects events or if that's an actual keyboard. If you go one layer up in X, we have the Xtest extension, which was written in probably the 90s or so. It's written to test the X server, hence the creative name. And you can use that to inject pointer events and keyboard events into the server. The server then takes those, they come in via the application's X protocol. The server takes that, injects it into one of its internal Xtest devices, which then goes on to the X11 application. Just like with uinput, it's very hard to distinguish those events from real events. So the application itself has very little chance of distinguishing between those. Xtest is limited to only point and keyboard events. Xtest has never been updated, for example, to support Xinput extension 2, which was released in 2008. So we can't do touch events. GTK 3, I think, is now completely on XI2 for the last 10-ish years. You can't emulate that through Xtest. There's some other issues I forgot, because I don't have my notes here. Oh yeah, Matter. In the X server stack, Matter is just a window manager, not a compositor. Matter has no control over the events that are generated here. Matter just sits on the side. So if an application decides, I'm going to send key events every half a second now, there's nothing you can do about it in our window manager. The X server will just happily forward them. And you can't tell who or what is sending those events in the applications. Similar to Xtest in principle is a private protocol in the WRL roots repository. It's called the Wayland Virtual Pointer Protocol. There's also a virtual keyboard and a virtual touch protocol. In the overall design, they're basically the same as Xtest. The big advantage they have is that unlike the X server and Matter as the window manager on the side, you have the Wayland compositor, Sway in this example, and you can actually control the input. So if you have an application that uses that particular Wayland protocol, Sway can say, no, for now, I'm ignoring those emulated input events because I don't like them right now because of whatever context I'm currently in. Other than that, it's more or less the same as Xtest. You can send events, they get forwarded, and so on and so forth. The fourth option we have is the XDG Remote Desktop Portal. For those of you who are not familiar with portals, there's a Unicode icon missing. So the portals work that we have an application that sits happily inside a sandbox. The sandbox has two holes. It has one hole to talk to the display system via Wayland, to display stuff and get input events and so on and so forth. And it has a second hole in the sandbox to talk to the XDG desktop portal process via a specific bus name, which is this one. So those ones are, I think, open by default. Don't quote me on that though. If the application wants to do anything that requires it to go outside the sandbox, it obviously can't do so directly, but it can ask the portal to please do this for me. For example, if an application wants to save a file, it can say, portal, can you give me a writable file descriptor, please? The portal then does its magic, including displaying your file selector dialog. You go click, 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 type a name for the file, you go save. The portal then goes to file system, opens the file descriptor, passes that file descriptor back to the application inside the sandbox. The application can now write that file, even though it never had access to that file to begin with. There's different functionalities in the portal, expressed through different interfaces. So there's obviously the whole file-based interface. There's an email-based interface for an application to say, can you please start writing an email or send an email, for open URIs and so on and so forth. And the one we're particularly interested in is the remote desktop one, which is the portal interface to say, can you please connect to a remote desktop or move the pointer. The basic code for that on a high-level basis looks, your application connects to the remote desktop portal interface, says, create me a session, please. I'll select the devices, pointer and keyboard, start the session, and then it just sends pointer motion, pointer button, touchdown, and so on and so forth. So this looks pretty good for what we have because it works in the sandbox. We have a very specific API for pointer motion that we can extend if something is missing. There's one minor problem with that. For anything portal related, we actually have 4 processes involved, at least with the remote desktop portal. We have the application, which wants to say move the pointer. Then we have the XDG desktop portal process, which is the one that is shared across all desktop environments. So that one is generic. It's basically just sitting there as a daemon on the dbus. It doesn't do anything graphical. And then we have the implementation of these portals, which is desktop specific. So in our case, we have a process called XDG desktop portal Gnome. There's an older one for XDG desktop portal GTK. Qt has one, KD has one, WL Roots has one, and so on and so forth. And that XDG desktop portal Gnome, in our case, communicates via private API to Mata, which means that if an application wants to send a pointer motion event, it says pointer motion, that gets sent to the XDG desktop portal, which sends it to the XDG desktop portal Gnome, which sends it to Mata the compositor, which moves the pointer. If Mata for some reason has to reply a value, it does the same thing in return. Now, if that looks familiar, it's because you've all seen one of these. And much like in a Newton's cradle, the processes in the middle don't do anything. They just sit there, take one down, pass it around, and so on and so forth. They just take the data off dbus, put it back on, take the data off dbus, put it back on, and only the 2 bits at the side are actually doing the work. So yeah, so 4 processes involved for every single pointer event, for example. Not ideal. Existing solutions for capturing events, because again, input lib has been a thing for 15 years now. At the kernel level, we have an IOCL called the FIOC grab, however you pronounce it correctly, which is an IOCL you can put on a FDEV device if you have access to it, because you need to be root. In which case, when you issue that IOCL, the kernel will now send every event from that device only to your process. No one else gets it. So that's an easy way to capture a particular input device. We've used this for testing a lot, back before we virtualized the whole stack for testing, where we said, during testing, grab the device, because that way Mata wouldn't get all the testing events that we were sending through, which means it wouldn't interfere with your running session. You can even use that for event filtering, because what the application can do, oops, oh, it's supposed to be, what the application can do is it can create a def view input device, which creates a virtual device. can then put the grab on the physical device, which means all the events get routed into the application where you can tweak the events or filter them or add some. And you pump it back through your input, back into the device, comes back out, and Mata will now get the modified events from your device. A little bit complicated, there's a few niche cases where it falls over, but overall it works. Again, as long as you have root, as long as you know how to send dev events, and so on and so forth. Higher up the stack, we have X. Well, not S stands for security. In X, any application can say, give me all the pointer events, give me all the keyboard events right now. And there's nothing you can do about it. The X server has to honor that request because that's a feature that is so required for a lot of user interactions that we cannot ever get rid of it. Right-click context menu, for example, triggers a grab because you want that context menu to disappear if you click outside of it. But if you click outside of it, you wouldn't send it to that context menu. So we can't ever get rid of this, which means we have a system where any application with a display connection, which is all of them, because they all have a display connection, can at any point say, oh, I want to receive all the keyboard events right now. And to top it all off, the application is required to release the grab voluntarily. You cannot break a grab in X. The X server cannot say, no, you no longer have the grab. You have to wait until the application says, I'm done, which is optimistic system design. In Wayland, we have no solution for capturing events at all. In the portal, we have no solution for capturing input events at all. So that makes at least those two slides easy. So what do we want? Here are 5 things I came up with while doing the talk, while preparing the talk. So we want efficiency. You've seen the Newton cradle involving 4 processes to shove data between 2 processes, not ideal. We want separation. We want to be able to say, this event stream comes from an emulated input source. It's not a physical device. We want to be able to say, this event stream comes from a captured input source. It doesn't come from a real device. We want control. We want the compositor to be able to, at any point in time, say, no, you're not allowed to do this right now, because whatever context the compositor is in, especially for capturing input bits. We want distinction. We want to be able to tell this client is an accessibility technology, therefore it needs to be able to capture input events at all times. This client, some crazy hacked up script that maybe shouldn't capture input events while we have a password prompt open. So we want to be able to tell between the various clients that all need this functionality, which ones do we allow, what do we allow. And we want flexibility. We want to be able to use that. Xtest, for example, you can use with X. The virtual pointer protocol, you can use with Wayland. But maybe we can get slightly more flexible than that. So let's talk about X. 3 years ago, when we started, we wanted to emulate input. We wrote a library for it, libA. A is, of course, the German word for X, so we have a logo immediately. There's 2 parts involved. We have the application and we have the server side. As is, of course, the German word for ice cream, so we have a logo for that, so we're off to a good start. libA, and I'm talking about the whole project here, is a C library that gives you 2 shared object files, so .so files, I mean. So you've got libA and libAs. It's a C library, but it is also a protocol. So if you're in the fortunate position that you're no longer stuck on C, you can write your own language bindings for that, and you can speak the protocol directly. There is some ongoing work for Rust bindings. I'm not 100% sure what the state is. libI internally for its test suite uses custom Python bindings. If you're interested in that, just speak to me. There's a few helper tools we have that I can explain to you. It's actually quite trivial to write the bindings for the protocol here. libA happens on a Unix socket. So we got the compositor, Mata in our case, which is the A's implementation. We got whatever application wants to talk to it, the libA application. They have a Unix socket, they talk directly to each other. The process itself looks roughly like this. So here's a socket. The client says, hello, I want to send events. Server says, congratulations, here's a seat. The seat currently has a relative pointer device, has a keyboard device. I'm going to resume those 2 devices. The client says, hooray, I'm going to start emulating. Here's a button event, here's another button event. Okay, I'm going to finish emulating for now. And then you just repeat the last bits and pieces over. So the start and stop emulating is more of a logical distinction than a technical distinction. And it's primarily designed so we can put certain user interface components in place. So for the input leap case that I mentioned before, the client would, for example, say start emulating as soon as you move the pointer to the remote screen. The remote screen would say start emulating, even if you're not actually moving the pointer, but you're in a state where you're logically emulating events, even though there's no events right now. If it's a simple script that just does a once-off keyboard shortcut or something like that, you just start, send events, stop, done. So this is for sending events. For receiving events, exactly the same thing. The client says, I want to receive. Server says, congratulations, here's a seat, here's the devices, I resume them. But then it's the server side, as implementation, that sends the events to the client. Other than that, it's pretty much exactly the same. So obviously, libI is bidirectional. Each individual client, each individual socket connection can only be in one direction. So as a client, you have to decide, I'm going to send events or I'm going to receive events. If you need to do both, you have to open two separate sockets. In the compositor side, the compositor can handle either because we didn't want to have to split that up. And the compositor is our trusted implementation anyway, so we trust it to be good enough that it can handle both situations. So our input emulator tool is a sender, sends events. Our input capture tool is a receiver, receives events. But the protocol itself basically works both ways. So the 5 points that we definitely want to have. Well, efficiency is easy. We have a Unix socket, which means we no longer have the Newton's cradle there. We have the application talk via Unix socket directly to Matter, send all the point events directly. So we only have two processes involved. So that's nice. We've ticked that off. For separation, inside Matter, you've got the AS implementation using liba at the moment. So you get the physical input devices, which feed into libinput, and they go into Matter's internal input stack, go off to the Wayland application. You got the AS implementation, so you know that every event that's coming in from that is definitely from a generated event source. So inside Matter, you can say, no, right now, we don't want to do that, for whatever reason you want to say that. LibAS in particular is designed that it's very, very similar to libinput, which means there's only a thin layer you have to put in place before you can feed the events into exactly the same input handling that you do with physical devices. So it makes it fairly easy to add, assuming you've got all the other bits in places, other bits and pieces in place already. And of course, for sending events, same as implementation, it goes out. But they're separate event channels. They're not swimming along on the soup that is the X protocol or the Wayland protocol. You have a very distinct, I'm going to talk to this client on this socket just for this set of events. We have control. You remember how we set up a session before? It's the AS implementation, in our case the compositor, that says, here's a seat, or two, or three. It says, here's a device, or two, or three. And the compositor, the AS implementation, the server side, is the one that creates the devices. So if Matter, for example, decides this client gets a keyboard, this client gets a relative pointer, or both. Or, in the case of absolute devices, we have absolute pointers and touch, and you can see how they have a region associated with them. So if you have a multi-head monitor, multi-head setup, for a reason, I'm not quite sure why you would, but you could set up a touch device that only allows you to send input events to the left of the two monitors, because there is a use case for that, maybe somewhere, right? In a normal case, you would probably set up two separate touch devices, which means the client automatically knows if I send events through that touch device, it's going to end up on that monitor. If I send events through that touch device, it's going to end up on that monitor. Then Matter might say, no, you no longer need this one on this monitor. Same obviously for absolute pointers, the same. So AS creates the devices, which means the client can only do what the compositor already tells it that's what you're allowed to do. And on top of that, it's the server side that says, yep, these devices are now ready for being used. Now you can send events. So if for some reason there's a password prompt, Matter, AS implementation, whatever that is, can send along with like, okay, I'm going to pause all the devices. The client cannot emulate events right now. We wait for whatever interaction is complete, resumes the devices, and you can keep going again. So we can pause the devices at any point in time without having to remove the devices. So we got the control sorted because we know we can remove the devices, we can create the devices we want, blah, blah, blah. We have distinction. The devices are per client. Obviously, every socket is separate, which means we can say we have our input emulator tool. We can say you can have a keyboard, a relative pointer, and a touch device, but our capture tool only gets a keyboard and an absolute pointer because it doesn't necessarily need to capture the physical events from the physical device. We can distinguish between the clients. We know which one is a sender, which one is a receiver, and so on and so forth. So we got that. And finally, we got flexibility. LibA is just a socket. You don't have to talk Wayland application to Mutter. You just talk something that implements the ACE side, something that implements the LibA part of it. Beyond that, the only difficulty is like how do you get the other party to accept the socket that you've just given them. So yeah, it's really abstract as LibA. That's all it is. So we got all those 5 things ticked off. So let's talk about how we actually send input in Wayland. So we got the remote desktop portal. It's the same slide as before, create session, blah, blah, blah. All we had to do there is we added one API call to this, connect to ACE. So instead of using all these, we've deprecated, well, semi-deprecated them. So instead of using all the different APIs to send events via dbus, blah, 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 you can now, you get the ACE socket, you send events like that. So the initial setup is the same. The initial setup, create session, goes 1, 2, 3, all the way back. But eventually you have the file descriptor, and then you talk directly. And then every input event only involves 2 processes, the ones that actually need to do the work. Now, fully admit, getting this set up, especially if you want to write like little tools to help your day, going through the portal is a bit painful because it involves dbus. It's a very specific dbus API, let's just say it that way. So we've actually written a helper library for that, libfs. And that takes care of the initial establishment of the session until the point where you have the file descriptor where you can just pump events through. In about 50-ish lines of C code, you can get to that point talking through the portal. Öffis is of course the German word for public transport, so it goes nice with the bus. And is of course Öff the French word for egg. So we've got all that happily pumped up. Capturing input. As I said, there was no portal for that, so we had to write one. Creatively named the input capture portal. Roughly-ish the same. You create a session. You request the zones. Zones is basically regions or monitors or whatever you want to call them. We just had to name them zones because we've already exhausted all the other names that we had for this. But you basically say, I want to capture input. Give me the zones. The compositor then, through the Newton's Cradle, says, okay, here's a monitor here, here's a monitor there. And it says, okay, I want to set up pointer barriers because that's the one functionality we've implemented so far, because that's the one use case we actually have. And then you enable it and then connect to ACE, so you get the same direct file descriptor for the actual events when it's happening. Input capture is a bit harder than remote desktop because with input capture, it's not necessarily about capturing the events alone. The hard decision is decide when you can capture those events. And that is what we've mostly punted to the portal because that's where the user interface integration is happening. So the actual connection, same as a remote desktop. We have the direct socket. Mutter can now send, so the application says I want to receive, all the events get flow down. For the actual session, it looks like this. So the application says, one session please. Input capture portal says, here's your session, object path. There is a zone 1920 by 1080 at 00, so you've got one monitor. There's a little 640 by 480 monitor attached on the side of it. Application says, okay, I want to point a barrier vertically at 0, and I want to point a barrier vertically at 2560. And now enable capturing, please. And then in the future, whenever Mutter decrees that that pointer barrier has been crossed, Mutter is going to send an activated signal to the application. It says basically, we've just crossed pointer barrier 0. The pointer, because you've crossed it, is now at minus 1040. And then at the same time, on the direct socket, all the events start flowing directly to the application, which can handle them according to however it needs to handle them. And then later, Mutter / the portal can say it's deactivated now, we're cutting you off from that event stream. So again, we have the same, we have the control, we can cut off the event stream, we decide when the event stream needs to start, and so on and so forth. So unlike the remote desktop, which is basically once it's set up, it's a direct connection, we still have to play a little bit of Newton's Cradle. Because XDG desktop portal known in particular, that's the user interface component that may have to be involved in some of these decisions. For example, actually that talks to Mutter, but I think in the application we have a little highlighter in the top right when someone's capturing input to say, hey, we're capturing input, and you can cancel it right there to stop that from happening. I'm not 100% sure if that ended up in the final patches. So we actually have a two-way communication. the start of it, the activated signal, goes via the portal to the application, but that's only one event per capture stream, and then the actual input events go directly. There are synchronization primitives in place, i.e. a number that gets sent by both channels, so you can sync them up, so you know, this event stream corresponds to that activated signal I just got. So now let's look how we implement that in the input leap. This looks roughly like this. Input leap, there's a server component, which is the one that's running on the machine with the physical devices. So it talks to the input capture portal. It sets up a pointer barrier on the right edge of the screen, the yellow thing here. It gets the A connection directly from Mata. And then once Mata says, okay, you've crossed the barrier now, you get the activated signal, all the events go into input leap server, which sends it across the network to the input leap client, which is connected via the remote desktop portal and the A connection to Mata, which means you can emulate the pointer movement. There's 0 Wayland involved in this. So when we added these patches to input leap, there's no dependency on leap Wayland whatsoever. And the yellow boxes around input leap. Input leap can now run sandboxed because the only connections it needs a Wayland connection, and it doesn't even need that on the server side, I think. I'm not even sure. It doesn't need it on the client side either, I think. Yeah, they can run sandboxed. All they need to talk to is the XDG remote desktop portal, and that is a classic sandboxing opening anyway. But what about X2 tool? I don't know if you're familiar with X2 tool. It's like a 20-ish year old program that people used to use and script for pointer motion, keyboard events, fake keyboard events, and so on and so forth. So what we put, our infrastructure right now, we have the portal. Once that's set up, we have any application can talk to Mata directly for input events. What is an application? Wayland is an application, isn't it? So what we put in place there is we have patches in Wayland that merged into master now, X-server master now as well. Wayland receives events from X2 tool. Wayland establishes a connection through the XDG desktop remote desktop portal. So it gets a libA connection. It then converts the X-test events into libA events, sends them to Mata, which means you can have your 20-year-old scriptable X application that knows about nothing but X-test from the 90s, move the pointer on the Wayland compositor. And even better, the whole thing can be sandboxed now. Because Wayland just needs a connection to the remote desktop portal, nothing else. An X2 tool doesn't need anything but a connection to the Wayland server. And now we're really, if we can connect X2 tool, we can really connect any two thing, right? So we're not talking about sending or capturing input in Wayland anymore. We're pretty much just sending and capturing input anywhere we want to. Or in other words, we have a hammer. Let's go looking for nails. Thank you very much. Any questions? Yes?
Do you know when you expect this motor integration to happen? Like, is it for 45, or is it still a little ways off with the
So the question...
But I think you would need to repeat the question because people online can't hear.
Yep. So the question was, when will this be integrated into Mata and the rest of the GNOME stack? All the parts for sending events, so the remote desktop parts, are merged now, I think. Have we merged? Yep. So the sending parts are all merged, which means they're going to be in whatever comes next, 45, whenever that is due. I'm not 100% sure. The capturing parts are there, but I think there's like 1 or 2 reviews missing. But otherwise, they're pretty much ready to pull the trigger. Input leap has been merged, and has been merged for a while now. They were quite happy with, okay, we just if-def that out by default. That's been updated, so pretty much as soon as GNOME falls into place, input leap will work. Wayland, as I said, is on the master branch already. So that's going to be in whatever the next Wayland release is going to be in. So yes, so somewhere in the next 2 weeks, this should all be merged, which means it should all end up in 45.
I'm wondering how, if input translation of absolute events needs to be done, where that's taken care of. Or like, is that being handled on the client side, server side? Like, where is this happening? I mean, translation in terms of like absolute device 00 now needs to be 100, 100.
So the question was, where's the absolute input event translation happening to convert from what the client sees as a location to the actual location on screen? It's all done in the compositor or on the S side of it. So you remember, there was a slide for this somewhere. This one. The compositor gives you an absolute pointer device, for example, and it says, this is the dimension of that particular device. Now you assume, okay, this is what I have access to, I'm going to emulate on that, and then it's the compositor's job to map that into the actual region that it should be mapped to. This is a logical representation, so you can say it's a 1020 by 1080, even though the physical screen is a 4K screen, because all that doesn't matter. Everything is just handled on the S side. And the same for the capture. And the same for the capturing thing. Any other? Yep.
Does UI look like? As a user, how can you signify like, hey, something is trying to read all the input events that are coming in? How do I do that on a step?
So the question was, what does the UI look like, especially for capturing input? Is there warning to the user or something? For capturing input, I don't think we have anything yet. Sorry? Yeah, we had something at some point, like it was a prototype. So remote desktop, because it fits with the remote desktop protocol. It shows up on the top right somewhere. There's like a little button that signals, oh, there's a remote desktop connection. It's currently sending events. That infrastructure is in place. We need to hook it up to input capture. But it also means that because that is there, you can then disconnect the client at any time and so on and so forth. But yes, that is one of the bits that's still missing. Or rather, we need to get it out of prototype into design stage and then integrate it there. But we can probably, I wouldn't be surprised if we can just reuse the remote desktop icon there anyway.
What happens if if the VA, so actually at either side of that, if you need to extend the protocol to like handle a new type of input event or something like that, is there any like clever way to handle that? You're now talking about devices with the pieces of that.
So the question was how do we handle new devices that we eventually get? Is the protocol, can it handle that? The answer is yes. The protocol is very similar to the Wayland protocol. It's not binary compatible. It was at some point, it's no longer. Every logical group of input events is in its own versioned interface. So this is the view you'd get if you use liba, because it simplifies a few things. On the protocol, you don't get a relative pointer. You actually get a device that has a button interface, a scroll interface, and a relative event interface. And I have prototype code somewhere, don't know where, that has tablets, for example, graphics tablets. And it's literally just write out that XML spec, and then it generates all the bindings in the code, and then it's just a matter of using those. So yeah, we can add any devices, and we can add, just like in Wayland, we can add extra requests if we need, because they're all versioned anyway. So, yeah.
So, as I understand, it's a free desktop standard now. So, do you know if any other Wayland compositors intend to support it?
So the question is, do other compositors support this? Not yet. So we know KDE is interested, or at least they were a while ago, but I don't think they've started working on that yet. We know Sway is not interested. They want to use their visual pointer protocol. That's the only information we have at the moment. So it's a bit... One of the problems we had to get all these pieces into place before we could figure out if that would actually work or not, which is what took us so long. So you have to update 7 different components just as like, oh, this actually works. Good. So now that we've shown that, yes, it does work, Gnome is committed to it, I suspect KDE will follow suit too, because it is a fairly trivial way of implementing all this. For the WL Roots compositors, at least Sway, my understanding is in part that they have a rougher version to dbus, because this is heavily dbus based. There is some thought of possibly pushing this through the Wayland protocol, but yeah, that needs to come from those developers.
Can I ask a follow-up question? So, as I understand, it's heavily dbus based just because it needs to open the socket connection for the
Yeah, so the question was, it's diva space because of opening the socket. Can we do this some other way? Yes, the compositor doesn't necessarily need to care how it gets the socket. The application certainly doesn't care how it gets the socket. We've just used the existing infrastructure of the portal, which exists, which means we can ship everything as Flatpak. If you want to transport that socket via Wayland special request, you can do exactly the same. You get exactly the same benefits from the libA direct connection and all that jazz. So all the dbus dependency is really just an initial negotiation of how do we get to the point where we actually have that connection between the applications. But it's just a socket. You can, any way of passing sockets around is fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So now we are going to continue with our next speaker, Patrice Christianis, and he's going to talk very quickly about GNOME Desktop for Creativity. Before that, I have two very important announcements for all of you. So first of all the board members and advisory board members should be at the reception at 2:40 exactly, because you are going to take some pictures and you have a very short window of time to take them. And for the rest of the people, you have a coffee break at the end of the hallway, so you can just enjoy the coffee break. And the other thing, we have the group photo right after the keynote speaker, always at the reception. We are going to meet there. Thank you. Board and advisory board, reception 2:40.
Hello everyone. My name is Peteris Krishanis. If you want that in English, it's Peter. I am one of the organizers. I have been a long time Linux user, Linux desktop user, Linux admin, Linux programmer, and GNOME has been my home desktop and sometimes work desktop for very, very long time. Quite recently, for the last 6 or 7 years, I have been trying to step into a bit into development part of the GNOME because it kind of feels exciting. Sure, there are people who might say it's a very, very scary place. But my mostly interest is using desktop creatively, as I'm mostly, my creative activities are around music, and this is like will be very music very focused presentation, but it will also have other interesting parts about creativity on GNOME desktop. So what we basically what we mean, what we say with what is GNOME is, the goal is to be simply too easy to use, intuitive and efficient, and it's very tricky thing, and it's very highly subjective, as the discussions about GNOME versus KDE versus other lighter desktop environments might go on. I still think the GNOME has done really great work for usability of the Linux desktop. At least it is kind of a reflection point for other desktops, maybe do better or do differently. But we stick with our thing, and it's very good. For me, it works. For other people, it might be different. But I really love GNOME for what it is, and I would love to see do even better in certain things. And this is what the discussion and debate is currently in this presentation is about. So what I mean with creative use of desktop can really mean 3 things. It's a casual, like creative things, like making some photo, making some picture for daughter's party or friend's wedding or anything really. You can really do that now, thanks to GIMP and Inkscape, but overall it's basically just doing something very casual. But it also can mean hobbies, our advanced use of the desktop. This is where we get into more things that might be professional, might be meant more seriously, more like for organizing, for example, like GUADEC. Like you draw some things, you draw some pages to put out, to print out information about things. That's basically also creativity as well. Despite first impressions, the first impression is that Linux desktop is for programmers, for like super geeks. People usually forget that geeks can be very creative as well. A lot of programmers, a lot of geek type persons I know play instruments and do it really well. They have their activities, they draw pictures, they make their own videos, they do stuff there. It's insane how much stuff is done on like under the Geek Pass. And I don't include in discussion the gaming, watching videos, writing something like small pieces, some novels or anything like that, because I think that's a very common thing, and you don't really need advocates to use GNOME desktop for this. You can just do it. Like, there is your editor, there is your gaming platform. You just go and do your thing. What I want to improve, so basically my goal is, what I would love to achieve with this, is have the initial access and learning how to use creative tools more accessible, because what I have discovered over the years is that you have to learn quite a lot to do something really nice. This is a trick. It's not only case for Linux. It is true about a lot of environments. I think only environment, as I mentioned as an example, which kind of tries to mitigate that with various results. I'm not saying they are kind of perfect in that regard, is Apple. They're trying to cover kind of bit ground there. To be fair, although when I was looking up information about their products, there's still a lot of those products are very, very instruction heavy, very hard to access for someone who wants to just do the thing. And that's a trick. That's the problem. Is that there you kind of have to have this balance between having something that is very easy to access and is still pretty much functional. So it is very easy to talk about that we want to improve this, right? The easy thing to how to look for things to improve is to actually do things, like actually write. I'm recording song right now, so this is basically all my musings about this is basically coming from this session. I didn't succeed in recording the demo of that song I wanted to really badly, but hey, we have only 25 minutes here. And yeah, this basically is kind of a summary of this. I'm intending to convert this into something more substantial, like looking some kind of extension of usability design for creative things, basically. So basically we have this idea of design for basic desktop usage that will be kind of seen as extension of it. Starting very simple, positive things. There are a lot of positive things actually to talk about in this. I have not seen any huge problems with audio-like devices in general with the Linux for the last 10 years, really. The things are just working for most of the time. There are some maybe quirks there and here, but they are also true on the Windows platform as well. As someone who has to use Windows now and then, I can confirm that it's not that easy there either. It's very, very good point. We have basically gotten in kind of nice place with a Pipewire. As a user who uses a lot of applications that uses Jack, it is kind of really good thing to have because I don't have to jump around switching pulse audio off, and it's kind of doing those both things is really helpful. However, it comes with the interesting thing that I want to talk about next. So this is basically my sound card. It's your standard USB sound card, and you have all the kind of inputs you can have. I also have a small USB mic, and there's also some audio devices on the monitor. As always, there's a reasonable support for all of those. As always, there's some caveats of using those as well. But I have never really run into anything with that regard. There's a different story for a MIDI, to be fair. MIDI is been always a bit tricky thing to use. It's either you have very highly specialized hardware, which will be quite hard to actually set up and use, which is completely fine. That's what they are for. But for example, something that very simple, that MIDI keyboard, it is kind of challenging to use actually by default, which is one of the things I would love to resolve. Because I think that's kind of funny that you just plug the thing and it doesn't work. For common users, like this doesn't work, and I'm returning this. It requires, of course, those who actually know how the MIDI works. You actually need digital audio workstation application or wiring tools towards MIDI synth up. This is the tricky thing. This wiring is a kind of the nuts and bolts of Jack and no Pipewire system, which is very powerful, but it is so not accessible. It is very hard to get into your head what's actually working there. And yeah, this is really not really user-friendly at all. This is something this would be one of the first things I would love to actually look forward to resolve. Yeah, this is basically how this looks like right now. This is the, I forgot the name of the Qt application that actually shows all the wiring set up really nicely. So basically you have these devices, they have either captures or they also playbacks, and you can wire them as you need, and that is called basically graph. This is how Jack worked, and this is how Pipewire works as well. And Pipewire extends this to the videos as well. So it's a very powerful system. It is meant to do really, really great things. The problem is how to get started there. Because if someone who doesn't understand this thing at all, and it needs just to plug the MIDI keyboard, he will be lost. He or she or they will be lost, basically. And so this is like where I'm kind of giving the suggestions for the things I would love to improve. I intend to convert those in actual code. I just wasn't lucky. This summer has been really busy. I worked for the Jakosh report for GTK4, and I also wanted to include those, but I better talk about those ideas and then do them later than not talking at all. So basically, I would love to have better visualization of the graph application. I feel there might be some improvements. I didn't include the Mac, how the Mac does that, but they have their own special tool that's called Mac MIDI Studio, which basically kind of allows very easily to see what kind of devices are set up. To be fair, it's also a bit chaotic as well, but it is at least a bit better. I would love to see something like this. So idea is basically that you would have groups of devices grouped in a certain region for the mapping, and you would be able to wire them between. So it would give at least some sense where you would find these devices, or in what kind of functionality this device provides. For example, if that's MIDI playback, it's that some synth you have added to the system, you will find in that section. If that's a MIDI keyboard, it's MIDI capture. And if there's application like, for example, Ardor, who uses all those inputs, that would be appearing below. Again, I will just brainstorm this. I will see what people think about it. It's kind of easy thing to set up. We'll take a look and time how to approach this. So audio recording in general is very good. I have really no bad things to say about it on Linux. I really like the design of Sound Recorder. It's very simple, just basically audio notes, but it is currently gained really nice UI update. I really recommend to check it out. It looks really nice. It's actually inspired me actually to think about the more like common approach of having media stuff. Yeah, thank you. Audacity is basically grandfather of the audio editing applications. It still works, still there, still supported. There actually are branched off versions now, and it would be nice to have one that takes refresh take in the GNOME environment, but it is not necessarily needed. You can still use Audacity if needed. And devs, there are quite few actually, but a lot of them are just kind of very old, and they have their own share of big problems. But Ardor is the biggest one, which is kind of the most professionally supported, and I will talk about it a bit. So audio multitracking is a bit difficult there, because it's very involved and very difficult, very difficult, you need to display so much information. So user interface, for example, for Ardor, it is very good, but it is very advanced user aim, and it requires quite a lot actually to understand what's going on. It's definitely effectively a blocker for people who might be wanting just to start doing things. It requires a lot of poking around. Luckily, Ardor has very good documentation, but this is the problem. I would love to not to rely initially on documentation. But this is the problem with all commercial digital audio workstations. They are very, they are quite a lot when you open them, when you try to work with them. And this is, I would love to have ideas how to respond to that. So I'm basically doing the Jokosha GDK4 port. Jokosha was very old GDK2 application, which was like dormant for a very long time, and I was using that as a platform for trying things out. And I will talk about the ideas a bit later. So our door is very quickly, basically it's is accessible, is doable, and the positive side is if you grasp how it works, it's a very professional, it's very usable, you can use it, and please use it. But I think from usability side of point, we can do better. So very quick notes about what I would love to see in Jokosha and would love to see in other applications is a bit more unified interface. So basically, would love to see unified iconography, having like the unified terminology, a bit more like the way how it handles. For example, like the way the waveforms are done in PTV or Jokosha differs in that regard. Is a question, what would be the best way to do that? Also, if we would write additional applications, which I would love to, like new audio editor or like performance application, they would use the same, basically the same design cues from this environment. Again, this is something I'm definitely gonna invest my more time in future. Composing and editing videos like very short. They are very powerful applications. KDN Live, Lightworks, DaVinci Resolve are basically you can do almost anything, but the biggest problem is that they are very, very complex. I was actually looking up, is there any kind of very simple video editor? I found it basically, one of those things was iMovie, basically. And iMovie is basically this very big screen, and you have these timelines below it. And frankly, very interesting thing is that PTV has recently changed their design to kind of reflect that. So I know that they are actually porting now to GDK4. I might actually drop them some suggestions about improvements there. It looks actually good. I think the PTV definitely would have to aim more for more casual usage. Thank you. And I feel that would be a good place to start. Video editors is a bit like, yeah, if you look at KDN Live interface, it's really, really scary. But it can do a lot. And that's kind of the trade-off there. Yeah, very quick note. Pictures, yeah, everything's basically doable. I think that like 10 years ago, we might discuss, does Inkscape do this or do that? Now Inkscape does pretty much everything I want. I know there's like some certain things that you would still look, oh, I need this, I need Adobe Suite for this, I need Adobe Suite for that. And to be fair, those things exist. But my point is mostly from the hobbyist person, like who doesn't have very heavy commercial usage flows. And I would love to Gnome to kind of lean into that, because I think there are many users like that. Okay, so results. I would love to, yeah, you can do a lot. You can do awfully lot with Linux creatively. It's not a surprise for me, but it's very reaffirming that we can do that. But I would love to get into territory where we can do that you don't know that much. So that is the place I would love to start. If you don't know how to connect MIDI keyboard to the application, we would at least hint you about that. when you connect it, because we know that you connected it, we just don't tell you anything really. There's nothing to tell, right? Because like you have to launch something. So also I did not weigh against professional work because that has very different workflows. It has very different demands. People come with very different expectations there, and it is just different ballpark in my opinion. So yeah, what to do? Like to-do list. Pipe wire connections. I would love to see a GNOME application that does that and does that well. I know there are some people trying to like prototype certain variants of connecting things. Might actually take one and try things out to add my way. Let's see. Yeah, I personally think that we should prompt users when we insert, I don't know, drawing tablet or MIDI keyboard, we should at least inform people that they're actually connected. Yeah, it's all right, you just need to launch application or find way to work with that. More modified user experience language. That will be most heavy thing because we love to do things separately in each application, but I think there might be things that we can unify. But again, if we don't start that discussion, we don't know. Also, I don't expect professional apps like Ardor to change their behavior. They're professional, they have their own audience, they actually own all platforms, so they stick with their corner of the, and it is good that Ardor is on Linux. It is great application, it's awesome, you can do so much there. We need books or tutorials, I mean for like a creative usage. This is how common person or like common user actually learns things, or they check YouTube tutorials that well. Yeah, thank you. I'm wrapping up. And live performance apps. This is one of the corner which I would love to explore myself, because what I'm trying to perform with the singing and everything, and I would love to have some sort of control application on my desktop, and there is none. And there is also none on Windows. You have to adapt some tools there. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for presentation. Yeah, if you have any questions, you can know where to find me.
Hello. We will have an abbreviated break for the next 8.5 minutes, and then get started in here at 50 with Alan's Communication Matters, a talk about how to talk online.
Okay, yeah, so I'm Alan, thanks for the introduction. I mostly do design work, but I have done other things on Gnome during my time. I've been on the board of directors, and I did some engagement work a long time ago. One of my first jobs was doing marketing for the Gnome Foundation. But anyway, that's a different story. Yeah, so the subject of this talk is communication. And it's primarily about online communication because that's what we generally do. And it's mostly about text-based communication because that's also what we mostly do. So it's communication in the issue tracker, in chats, on social media, that kind of stuff. And what I'm interested in about that communication is the social aspects of it, how we affect one another as we communicate, and how our style of communication affects the projects that we work on as a whole. And in talking about this, I'm going to be drawing a lot of resources that I've read or been exposed to over the years. Things like nonviolent communication, psychological safety, crucial conversations, general kind of how-to literature on open source, and also some of the academic research that has been done on the social dynamics of open source projects. So the reason that I want to give this talk today is that communication really does matter, right? Like, it has all these significant impacts on us and what we do. The tone of our communication and the words that we use have these massive impacts. And in preparing for this talk, I've done quite a lot of reading to find out what those impacts are. And this is the list that I came up with off the back of that reading. So the words that it shouldn't be surprising that the language that we use affects how inclusive we are as a project, right? It affects recruitment, like whether people want to join the project. Like there's a recent study where researchers went out and they interviewed new open source contributors on GitHub and asked them how they decided which projects they decided to work on. And one of the things that they said, one of the critical things they said was the tone of the communication. Like they'd be there lurking in the issue tracker, looking at pull requests, and if the tone of the communication wasn't welcoming, if it wasn't friendly, then they'd move on and they'd pick a different project, right? There's evidence around contributor retention, how the tone of communication can have an effect on whether people want to stick around in the long term. There's evidence around problem solving. So there's like a large, more kind of general literature from kind of management studies around, how effective organizations problem solve and the communication strategies that are involved with that. And there's a lot of research that's got into that. But there's also specific research on open source. Like there's another recent study that found a statistical correlation between rude comments and issue trackers and the speed with which issues are fixed. Probably unsurprising, right? But if someone's being rude in an issue tracker, the issue is going to take longer to be closed on average, right? There's evidence around stress levels, like the language that people use, elevating your general stress levels. And I don't think anyone who's worked on open source for any length of time would disagree with the idea that the way people talk affects your motivation levels, right? How much energy you have, how enthusiastic you are about the work that you do. So communication has all these huge impacts. So, I think that's a really good reason for us to talk about it and talk about how to do it better. But the other reason to talk about communication is that communication's really, really hard, right? Like, I find it hard all the time, and I've been doing this for like over a decade, and it's still really tough. And there are real kind of practical challenges when it comes to doing online communication, specifically in the context of open source. Right? There's just a lot of it. There's a lot of communication competing for our time. We often have very narrow bandwidth in those communications, which means that we have very limited cues about what other people are actually thinking, and that often generates miscommunication and misunderstanding. And I think we actually underestimate the amount of miscommunication that occurs when we're having conversations online. There are language and cultural barriers, right, which I think cause a lot of major challenges, both in getting your message across and this potential for miscommunication. And the final reason that I think communication online in open source is really hard is that our communications are often really high stakes. We really care about the outcomes because we're passionate about what we do, and we're often looking for a particular outcome. And that can be hard when it's potentially not going our way. And those conversations, they can have really big consequences for us in the kind of work that we do. So there's a lot of pressure there around those narrow bandwidth communications. So this is another reason to talk about communication and how to do it better. And I want to be really clear here. I'm not holding myself up as someone who is like an exemplar of doing communication perfectly. Like, quite the opposite. I get it wrong all the time. And this is something that I personally struggle with and have struggled with during my time working on the Gnome project. And really this talk is as much as anything me sharing what I've tried to learn over the years to deal with those personal challenges, and something I'm still learning, and it's kind of just me trying to share the journey that I've been on so far. So the rest of this talk, it's basically a list of best practices. There's all these books and articles that I've read and training courses, and I've tried to take out all the bits that I think are relevant to open source and to GNOME, and distill them down to some practical takeaways that everyone can take away with them and potentially use as they communicate in their work. So hopefully this is just going to be helpful and practical and easy to digest. So, best practice one, stay in the zone. So what is the zone? Well, the zone for me is that place we're in when communication is going well, right? Like, we're in dialogue, we're focused on the work, we're getting stuff done, the tone is positive and upbeat. And, all the evidence is that when we're in this zone, good things happen. Like, there are positive consequences for us and the project when we are communicating in this way, whether it's newcomers being attracted to the project, existing members of the project being motivated, us being able to get our work done effectively. And, I think we're kind of often implicitly aware of this. And what I'm trying to say here is, let's try and make this more of an explicit goal. Like, by making this an explicit goal in your head, you can be aware of the times when we slip out of that zone and think about how we might get back into it. So it's about being self-conscious about the tone and the style of communication that is happening in our environment at any one time. So I would describe the zone in these terms, respectful, friendly, welcoming, helpful. This is where we want to be as much as we can be. But there are, of course, there's threats to this, and there's things that can happen that can cause us to fall out of the zone. Insults, mockery, anger, irritation, these are just some of them. And these are the things that cause us to fall out of that really good place where communication is happening effectively. I think one of the things to note here is that often just one example of this can bring the whole tone of a conversation down. There's a kind of lowering of the playing field, and it can be quite hard to recover and get back into that good place. So that's one reason why it's worth being particularly aware of this. I think it's also worth mentioning that this applies to technology, I think, as much as it does people. I think we'd all kind of know that insulting people and mocking people isn't a great idea. But I think the same thing applies to the technologies that we work on. Because someone wrote that code, right? And just because those words are being directed at something that isn't human doesn't mean it has an effect on the overall tone of our communication. So these things apply to technologies as well as people. So that was best practice number one. Best practice number two, stick to the facts. And this is about how we describe problems or issues when we encounter them. And this is something that we do all the time and have to do as part of the work that we do, right? Well, I mean, the obvious thing is we're always describing bugs. That's something we have to do. But we're often describing the challenges that we face, whether they're social or technological. We're often having to weigh up the relative strengths of different technologies, which means that you might have to talk about the negative aspects of one thing over the other thing. We're talking about issues all the time. And the funny thing is, I think we all know what a good issue description sounds like from issue trackers, right? Like a good issue description is one that uses specifics, kind of gives you details of what the actual problem is. It tells you how those observations were made, like which version was being tested, what was the environment, when was the observation made. And generally, good issue descriptions are neutral. They don't criticize, they're not like full of judgments, they just describe the issue as it has been observed. So we all know what a good issue looks like, or a good problem description looks like. But for some reason, we sometimes seem to forget when we're actually in chat or on social media, and we end up with problem descriptions like this. libx is a dumpster fire, or appx is broken with no accompanying description, or you shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have done X. That was the wrong thing to have done. Are you talking about Twitter? I wrote this before then. Yeah. So there are issues with these kind of problem descriptions, right? Like pretty obvious issues when you think about it. There are no specifics here. There's no description of the details of what you mean, and that in turn has issues. People probably don't know what you're talking about, so there's a fairly high possibility of miscommunication. Different people might interpret that statement in different ways. They might think that it means different things. You're not actually contributing to shared knowledge. Like the other people in the room who hear that haven't learnt anything. They don't have extra information that they didn't have before. And statements like this, they have the effect of closing down a conversation, right? Someone can't refute this, or they can't contribute very easily with their own descriptions. You can't really discuss the issue at all. It's just this blanket statement. And finally, this kind of statement, or especially this kind of statement, they generate conflict. So people get offended, they feel the need to defend themselves. You end up having a whole separate discussion about whether it was right or wasn't right, rather than actually discussing the issue that started it all. And that kind of generates a kind of hostile environment. So the best practice here, instead of having these general judgmental problem descriptions, is to stick to the facts. Describe specifics. It doesn't have to be a full issue report, but just a few words to say exactly what it is you're referring to. Stick to the facts, by which I mean describe the physical thing and stick to the problem at hand, the technical issue, the social issue, whatever it is, and avoid making it personal by attributing it to a particular person or their personality. So stick to the matters in hand. Number 3 is speak from experience, and that usually means using the word I, and this is where you introduce how the observation was made. So instead of making it in the third party as a definitive fact, you say how you came to that conclusion. How did you see it? What did you see? And finally, don't judge. And this is something that particularly comes from nonviolent communication and might be new to some people here, but the idea here is avoid moral judgments. That means using words like wrong, bad, or any of the other words that imply the same thing. Terrible, dumpster fire, anything that implies wrongness immediately makes the conversation about that person's morality or the morality of their decision rather than what the practical effects of whatever they have done is, which is where you want to be. That is staying in the zone. So to apply this to a few examples, you know, app foo doesn't work. Okay. So the way you would maybe do that with, in a more productive way would be to say, you know, I need app X to do Y. That feature was missing when I last checked. So using the word I, that brings in your own experience. That's about making it personal. You have details in there and some explanation. Another one, you shouldn't have made that proposal. So that's immediately a moral statement, you know, like you have done something wrong, which is often an attempt to elicit feelings of shame or guilt in that person. They have to admit that they were bad. So we can avoid that by sticking to the facts. I have seen X because of feature Y. You know, this is the practical consequence of the physical thing that was done. So sticking to the facts rather than you shouldn't have done that. Because when people do that, you just have this conversation, right, about like, was that right, was that wrong? And you go round and round in circles, and then you walk away, and no one's actually talked about the issue to begin with, right? So it's about sticking to the facts. All right. I hope everyone's sticking with me. Those were two relatively long ones. The rest of them are a bit quicker. So we'll hopefully get to number 6, 7, 8. I forget how many I have. Number 3, the soft refusal. So in our game, we often have to say no to people, right? We have to close issues as well, fix. We have to say no to people in chat when they make a suggestion. And these are tricky situations. People can get offended, right? And I get offended sometimes when I make a suggestion and someone tells me no. So, you know, I think we can all empathize with this. So it's worth trying to say no in a way that diffuses the situation and means that people don't get hurt or you don't generate conflict or people don't feel alienated from the project, right? And the way to do this is with the soft refusal. And the soft refusal is pretty simple, and this is something that I just took from like general texts on how to do an open source project. It's nothing special, but when you say no to something, you provide a short explanation and a politeness. So just a few words to explain why. It doesn't have to be in detail, you know, just like this isn't in scope right now, we don't have the resources to do this, you know, just a few words other than no. And a politeness, you know, say sorry, say thank you for filing the issue, and then you can close it, and it's just like a sentence or two. But this can make a huge difference. You know, it can look really bad on the issue tracker if someone comes along with, you know, a suggestion that they think is reasonable and they just get a flat out no and the issue is closed. I think we've all seen a few of those in our time probably, or a lot of us have. And it can be really incredibly frustrating when you're on the other end of this, right? You feel like a door has just been slammed in your face. So just kind of using the soft refusal, just a few extra words, it just softens the blow. And the other really good thing about it is it gives you just that little opening to row back. Like sometimes you will find that you end up having to reverse your decision. And just having that glimmer of explanation, that slight chink of light, makes it so much easier to potentially reopen that issue later on and not look like totally like foolish when you do. That was the soft refusal. All right. Emotional self-awareness. Oh, this is a good one. All right. So when things go wrong online, it's usually because we're in an emotional state, right? We're angry, we're upset, we say things that we later regret, and often when we're in an emotional state, when we're upset, we misinterpret what people say. We make mistakes because we're not thinking rationally, we're not reading things with a clear head. And this is when we get flame wars and big battles erupt online, and when it all goes terribly wrong. So how do we avoid this from happening? How do we stop those flame wars from happening in the first place? Well, I think the answer is this: it's practicing emotional self-awareness. What does that mean in practice? You take some time to sit down and think about what the signs are that you are in an emotional state. And anyone who's done crucial conversations will probably be familiar with this, so apologies to you. But you sit down and you write down what you think the signs are that you're currently emotional, you're getting upset. And it's different for every person, right? It could be that you sweat, it could be that you pace around, it could be that you take it out on the keyboard as you type. It could be that you use particular words. You just go put yourself in that position and think about it. And once you've got an idea of what they might be, you write them down. You do a sticky note and you put it on your desk or whatever. 3 signs. Try to remember them and make a commitment to yourself that when you identify those signs in yourself next, you're going to stop. You're going to step back from the keyboard, you're going to walk away, and you're only going to come back when you've cooled down. And this does work. Well, it works for me at least. And it's amazing how different things can look after you've gone for a walk, if you come back after a night's sleep. And the situation when you read through things in a clear head is often a lot different from when you were looking at it when you were all riled up. So it does work, but it takes that work to really consciously think about and surface what those telltale signs are. Because if you miss the signs, and then you're kind of already in that battle and you're kind of committed and the war is raging and it's too late, well, it's very hard to back out at that point. You've got to back out really before things start or you get sucked in. And this is an effective way to do that. And maybe it doesn't work every time, and that's okay. We're all human, but if it doesn't work and you do get sucked in, then afterwards you can reflect on that and update your list and reaffirm your promise and try to be more conscious next time. Okay. Next one, build safety. Unsurprisingly, this comes from psychological safety. I don't know, there have been various talks about this in open source circles over recent years, so this may not be super new to everyone here, but just to reiterate it, because I think it is very effective. Psychological safety comes out of research that's been done to try and figure out how to make organizations function more effectively when it comes to sharing information, solving problems, and so on, like these team, organization-wide performance issues. And the answer that I think it was probably Google that originally came up with this, came back with was that it's when people feel safe that they are most likely to volunteer information, come up with new ideas, and that safety then allows teams to work more effectively by being able to come up with creative solutions and solve problems quicker and more effectively. There's been various research that's been done into this. And there's a lot of research and advice about how you can generate this kind of environment where people feel safe, where they don't feel like they might be criticized or people might think badly of them for whatever it is that they want to say. I'm just going to pick out 3 of them here, because I think these are 3 that are just easy to pick up and anyone can use easily. The first one is just saying thank you. And personally, I feel like I don't say thank you enough, and I always feel like I ought to be saying it more. And this is a really good reminder to do that. Saying thank you is incredibly powerful. It makes people feel appreciated. It makes them feel included. It puts them at ease. It makes them more motivated. So the more you can say thank you to people, the better. And it's worth reminding ourselves from time to time to do that, to take the time to say thank you. The second one is using humor. Humor again is this really powerful tool. When you make people laugh, they immediately relax. Right? You're at ease when you're laughing. You feel comfortable. You don't feel threatened. And just taking the time to make a joke or have a laugh, a pause in a video call or online, that's actually time well spent, and I think helps everyone to work better together. So I wouldn't say, don't ever feel like those light-hearted moments in your chat channels don't have value. They absolutely do, and I think that's something to be encouraged. The final thing you can do to encourage safety is to spotlight fallibility, particularly your own fallibility. We all make mistakes, right? But if we go around pretending like we don't, then that makes those around us afraid to make mistakes, and that's when they stop contributing freely. So the way to put people at ease and to encourage them to participate fully is to advertise your own mistakes. So talk about them, bring them up, tell them about people. Don't try to be perfect all the time. And when you do that, when you share your mistakes with other people, that encourages them to participate more fully. How am I doing for time? I've forgotten when this goes on till.
You have 13 minutes.
13 minutes. Wow. All right, okay, this is going a bit faster. I might get everything. Let's see. Number 6, diffuse criticism. This is tough. This is really tough, right? When we're criticized, what do? What's our instinct? I know what my instinct is. I usually try to make excuses, or I try to defend myself. Other people, they will sometimes go on the attack, and they'll attempt to attack the person who's criticizing them. So when we're criticized, we often get these kind of flight or fight reactions. We go on the defensive. We feel like we're in this battle. But the problem is that when we do this, we actually generate a battle, right? Like we generate a conflict. Someone's there bringing a criticism, and you defend yourself. Well, you're immediately having a contest with them. There's a conflict going on. And often this will become one of these moral conflicts where you're having an argument about who was right or who was wrong. Was this the right thing to have done or the wrong thing to have done? And again, what happens when you're doing that is you're not actually talking about the root issue that caused the criticism in the first place. So how do we respond to criticism effectively? Do I have a slide? I did that. First thing we do is we focus on the cause. So when you're criticized next, instead of defending yourself or going on the attack, ask yourself, what is the concrete issue that is causing this person to be critical? What is the practical thing that is happening that is causing them to be unhappy? And often you will need to ask questions and listen in order to figure out what that is. It won't be apparent to begin with. So you have to ask questions and you have to listen. And those questions will typically be focused on the needs and the requirements that that person has that they feel haven't been met in some way. And that is what you should try to do. Identify the need, the requirement, the expectation. Understand what that person wants. And once you've done that, the next step is to ask for clarification. And that will often mean paraphrasing what they've said to you, to ascertain, to verify that you have understood correctly, but also to demonstrate that you have understood. And once you've done this, even if you don't go any further, you will find that the situation has completely flipped around. You know, someone has gone potentially from being angry, frustrated, upset, to being much cooler, to being much more pacified, just through the effort to understand. Ideally, you would go further and you would, once you actually know what the root issue is, and again, it might not have been initially apparent, you can then have a conversation about how to resolve it or whether it can be resolved. And maybe it can't, but just this process of understanding, of getting to the root issue, makes all the difference. I'm not pretending this is easy, right? This is really hard in the moment to have the presence of mind when you feel like you're being attacked, to rather than go on the counter, to offer empathy in exchange. And there might be situations when we're not in an emotional position to do that, right? Like, you might be not ready to engage in that. And it's at that point that you might need to like go away and potentially come back again or something of that nature. But if you can manage to do it, it's just so powerful, and it can really flip around a potentially very negative situation into a very positive one. Right, I've got one more. Oh yeah, no, I've got two more. Okay. Number 7, resolve conflicts. Sorry, I know this is a lot. I hope you're taking it all in. Maybe I'll turn it into a blog post, we'll see. The next one is resolve conflicts, and again, this is from a book. This is Crucial Conversations. So you can buy the book, you can read a whole book about this if you want. I've distilled it into 3 bullet points for you. So, you know, we are often in situations where there are disagreements, right? And it seems like we can't get past it. Like, the person that we're dealing with is being unreasonable, they're difficult to work with, they're being irrational, there's no path forward. What do? This is what you do. You set a time to sit down with them and talk through it, and ideally that should be in a high bandwidth situation. That, for us, that mostly means a video call, if that person is amenable to it. And that's important for a few reasons. You know, it gives you the bandwidth to understand where they're coming from and avoid miscommunication. It also means that you're both fully focused on the problem and trying to come up with a solution, rather than, you know, being distracted by trying to do 3 things at once. Once you're in that call, the first thing you need to do is make it safe. You need to deploy some of these psychological safety techniques to make the other person feel comfortable, right? One of the main things that it's a good idea to do then is to state your intent. And usually that intent goes like, no, I'm not here to try and criticize you or give you extra work to do. It's just that I've observed X particular problem and I'm trying to come up with a solution, and I'm hoping that we can figure that out together. You know, you basically set out that your ambition is not to criticize or undermine or attack that person. It is, your goal is to stick to the facts and to tackle that issue. And then you tell your story, and this is like what I described with the stick to the facts, with describing problems. You tell it from your perspective. You tell the story from your perspective. You know, I was expecting X to happen, but then I observed that something else happened, and that came as a surprise to me. And now I'm observing that there are all these broken things, and what do we do about this? You know, like, talk through the story as you experienced it step by step. And again, when you do this, it's amazing. And this is one that I have used a fair bit, and it really works. I did it, you know, just last week. I was in a situation with another developer, and we'd had a meeting, and it was all like tension, and people saying, well, this is a surprise to us, and we can't do this, and this isn't going to happen for the next release, and blah, blah, blah. And I really went away from that call feeling like there was no way forward. But we set up another call, we had this kind of conversation, and immediately, you know, it was fine. Like, that other person was fine, and we were both having a good conversation, and we came up with a practical solution at the end of it. And it was just as a matter of taking the time to sit down and work through it in this safe manner that had that transformative effect. Right, I think I'm about out of time now, so I'm going to skip this one, which is a biggie. That's no one to rush.
2.5 minutes. Use them as you wish.
Can I do psychological safe? No, I can't. No, I can't. I'm going to stop there. Okay, so I'm going to end with a list of references for anyone who wants to follow up on any of this. These are the things that I have read that I used for this talk. And yeah, I'd be happy to discuss this more. Thank you. I hope I didn't run through this too quickly. I hope it was useful. I'm really interested to hear what people thought of it, what they thought was useful, what you might use in your own practice, or indeed if there's anything that you think that I missed or got wrong. Thank you for listening. And we have 1 minute for questions, which really gets me off the hook. Philip, I don't think we've got a roving mic, so.
Okay. So, like, what happens when, like, the person coming along and responding to and trying to diffuse the situation is someone that you don't know, you don't have a pre-existing relationship. It's just somebody who comes onto the issue tracker and says your library is a dumpster fire. And you know, you might try to do some of these, and you see they're not playing from the same playbook as you are. They're not interested in preserving that relationship. If they don't respond to your initiatives, like,
Or someone who doesn't call.
Okay, so there are two questions there. One was, what do you do if someone comes along and they're using kind of aggressive tactics online, some of the kind of miscommunication patterns that I described, and they're not responding to you when you try and use these best practices in response? I mean, I'm not saying I have all the answers here, right? Like, I just read some books and I'm trying to figure it out for myself. I mean, it's fine to disagree. It's fine to say no. It's how you do that, right? And if someone isn't behaving by what you consider to be what you need and what the project expects, it's absolutely fine to say that. Just say it in a polite way and move on, and that's okay. The issues happen when you respond in kind, and then that's when things go badly. And there was another question from Tobias, like, what if someone doesn't do calls? Yeah, I mean, I think that does make things difficult. I mean, I understand that not everyone likes to do video or voice. I totally get that. But I do also find, at least in my experience, that those tools can have a very significant impact when you do use them. So, yeah. Yeah, potentially, yeah.
I'll interject. We have 3 minutes until the keynote in the main area, but we can also answer a few more questions if you want to use the time that way.
Does anyone have questions, or do they want to? Philip.
So, kind of covered both the topic of this conversation really well. One thing I've been noticing recently, or not just recently, always, is volume of communication. Like, if there's one specific person who keeps doing stuff, or doing stuff well, just doing a lot of stuff and directing it in a particular direction, is that something that they should change, you should change as a receiver of that, or what? How would you go about thinking about that?
So the question is, how do you deal with situations where there's a particular person who is generating just a huge amount of communication, and it becomes a kind of information overload kind of situation? It's just difficult to deal with the volume that you're receiving. Is that right? Yeah. I mean, these perspectives, they do have advice on how to have those kind of conversations, and you know, doing the call and sitting down with them and explaining it from your position as you experience it in a non-threatening way. You know, I think is probably one of the most effective things you could do. If you don't know that person that well, then that might be a bit tricky, but I think that, you know, that would be the obvious thing. Likewise, just stating your kind of needs and your requirements from that person in a non-judgmental way. Just say, you know, like, this is my situation, these are the challenges I'm facing, and this is how I'm feeling about it. As long as you do that in a non-judgmental way and don't say, look, what you're doing is wrong, like, that, according to non-violent communication, right, that's what you should do. That's a good way to deal with it. But yeah, it's sometimes going to be challenging, and I think some of these perspectives don't always translate all that well to text-based. Like when they're really high-stakes communications, when they're difficult communications, I think it's harder to have it purely text-based, but yeah, that would be the kind of go-to, at least as far as the literature I've looked at, I think.
And it's keynote time, so let's head over.
Thank you.